Roll another blunt, man. These is good times.
Well, good evening, everyone. How's it going? Welcome. I want to start off by giving a shout out to our finance chat over in Telegram. The link is in the description. Everybody's invited. Come on over. The more the merrier. We'll have ourselves a ball and all that happy stuff. So finance chat, great group. Join. Also, subscribe to the channel. And after watching the live stream or the videos, give the appropriate feedback. Thumbs up, thumbs down, unsubscribe, whatever. Report me to YouTube. Whatever you feel is necessary. So, with all that out of the way, let's get into this here. So, GameStop. How about it? How about it? Boy, that it's one thing to invest in these crap companies like, Bed Bath & Beyond, GTII, Mullen, etc. But man, when you invest in a good company, now I'm talking a really a good company like GameStop, you're not surprised by the $100 million swing, you're not surprised by this and that. You're not fazed by this and that. And we're going to see a shining example of that level of commitment and conviction here shortly. But first, let's start with an unlikely GameStop sort of grifter person. I didn't expect to see this from this person, but here it is. So Scavenger's explaining to us how AMC and GameStop, they're on the same algo. They're on the same algo. I'd like to see a copy of the source code. Well, I'd like to know whose algo it is, first of all. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just listen to him, okay? Here we go.
Guys, what is going on? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. What an interesting after hours day that we went through today with the whole meme basket. More specifically, GameStop. Obviously, earnings were after hours, not the best earnings you could ask for. But as far as operating losses, getting better, right? But I think the most bullish thing I heard out of GameStop's earnings today were, them firing the CEO and Ryan Cohen taking that place, right, as the chief executive officer. I think that's super bullish for GameStop.
That's not really true. I did not see that he was taking over as CEO. I saw that he was named the executive chairman. I don't know if that's the same. It's different words. So anyway, going on my permanent record. Oh no. Oh no. Well, if Model 3 wife will forgive me, then I don't even know what I did. Algo is more important than earnings. Absolutely. Because algos we deal with every day. We deal with these algos every day. Earnings are, but once a quarter, 4 times a year. Romanian, how you doing? Nice to see you. You're not going to have to wonder for too long because we're going to see what he says today, what he's saying today. But anyway, yeah, how about that? Ryan Furlong. I don't even know what his qualifications were to be CEO, to be honest. I don't know. But pretty much a referendum on the whole NFT marketplace, if you ask me. Wasn't that basically what he did? and also driving the company further into the ground. Oh, Best Buy? He worked at Best Buy? He was a something or other? Or is that a different Ryan? Anyway, I have to look that up, but financial planner. That has to be a different one. Okay. Go with algos for zero returns. Alex, I'll take algos for zero, please.
Stop. And the reason I'm talking about GameStop even...
Yeah, why are you talking about GameStop anyway?
The chief executive officer. I think that's super bullish for GameStop. And the reason I'm talking about GameStop even right now, I do hold GameStop also, but...
Do you really?
Pretty apparent by now, especially if you've watched the way earnings occur.
Wait. Are you saying it sounds like it sounds like he's saying that whatever he's about to say is obvious. Now, I don't.
Saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying what are you saying? Huh?
The meme stocks, right? The retail owned stocks are all on the same algorithm, and
oh, there it is. They're all in the same algorithm, right?
It's pretty funny how GameStop's bad earnings, the way over exaggerated attack that it's seen after hours, literally
way over exaggerated. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not so sure. Look at this. God, anything that they can do to be green, I swear. Reported negative 14 cents. Oh, the estimate was negative 15 cents. So that was a 1 cent surprise. Great. Except, oh my God. All right. Jesus. All right. On the same algo, huh?
moved AMC and all these other meme stocks with it, like it's all trading under one ticker.
It's not trading under one ticker. Like, tell me that you don't understand how the market works without saying you don't understand how the market works. I mean, we've been over this. Haven't you been trading stocks for 2 years now? Yeah, you've been in the stock market for 2 years, right? I mean, now let me blow your mind. Let me really blow your mind and pull up the chart of the Japan JP 225 index and show you how that and the United States indices track very closely. Now that will blow your mind. I don't think that you're ready for that. Okay? It won't be ready. You won't be ready for that. You aren't ready. Jesus Christ.
Obviously, AMC's drop wasn't
Obviously. Oh, I heard an obviously. I need an obviously soundbite. I don't know. I don't have one. Nothing's obvious. Nothing obviously should be.
a couple cents. But as soon as GameStop's earnings came out, it's like AMC just moves with GameStop. It's very interesting, and I think this goes to show that these are all moving together. So when you have division, when you have people arguing,
so
over,
what? They're moving together.
When you're invested in,
That's
whether it be
how
AMC, whatever it is. There's a bunch of stocks out there that I probably never even heard of that are backed by retail investors. Also.
Oh yeah.
They all move the same. Like it's just a reality. But you know how it goes. You'll have elitists on AMC and GameStop side that, GameStop will climb $2 and they'll smack talk AMC and, talk AMC shareholders down, and it happens on both sides. But, I always...
The silly thing, yeah, right. And the silly thing is they're both retarded. That is the silliest thing. And I think he knows that. Look at this smirk. Oh, it happens on both sides. What he wanted to say was, yeah, it happens on both sides because both sides are retarded.
Try to say, earnings show that these stocks all move the same.
What?
They're all moving on the same algorithm. Once one goes, I believe in my mind that all of them are going to go.
Well, you know what? You're not necessarily wrong there. Let me throw the AMC comparison back on. Let me throw the AMC comparison back on, because if one goes, the others may follow. You're right. You might be right there. But the thing is, Micah, we're on a first name basis. It goes both ways, meaning up and down. So when one goes, when one blows, the other one blows too. I mean, right?
Together. I don't think they'd ever give, retail investors the opportunity to sell their AMC at high and then jump into GameStop. You know what I mean? I just don't think that's going to happen. I think.
Why would that happen? You literally just said that the two groups fight like cats and dogs.
I think they're all going to rip together, and that's where I'm at with that. So that's
never
for tonight, guys. Some pretty interesting stuff, but I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Be safe out there, guys.
Be safe out there. Yeah, be safe. Don't waste all your money. Okay. Now, also, we got Lou. So we'll let Lou will tell us about the CEO thing.
All right. Gonna grab some pizza and shit like that now.
Okay, well, hang on. I'll be there in 9 hours. We can have pizza together.
Just wanted to comment on the whole GameStop stuff. Obviously, plummeted down. Everybody knows CEO banged out. There's the way you could play it. Nobody really knows why they clipped them.
Because he sucks? Because the company is not doing well? Because the NFT marketplace was a disaster? A total failure? Because the company is not doing any better despite the $100 million swing? I don't know. We'll let Marantz Rants tell us all about that.
So, one of the things you can do is, one, you can panic and dump your stuff, now pre-market. You could do that and save your investment. Same what I would do. I don't hold stocks in GameStop. By tomorrow, it'll be clear why they clipped them. Good news, a couple of things they do, and it can back up. The fact that they clipped them like that, fast, nobody knowing nothing, all I can tell is people in GameStop, just prepare to hear some wild shit. I'll leave it at that, because
prepare to hear some wild shit.
Nowhere. They caught a lot of people by surprise, but neither here nor there. Everybody's been through crazy stuff. But this is a little bit different than the meme stock crazy stuff. They clipped the CEO. So
they clipped the CEO. Say it one more time. Say clipped one more time, Lou, before this video ends. Please, please. If Lou says clipped one more time before this video ends, we're all going to be millionaires.
There might be good news coming. Good, profitable news. Remember, at the end of the day, not all events that look ugly are going to always stay ugly. So, try and look.
Damn it. Damn it. I knew it. Not going to be rich. Not going to be a millionaire. And he didn't make me a millionaire. Thanks a lot. Thanks for nothing, Lou. Charles Payne says that AMC will squeeze. Well, we don't have time for that right now. I don't have time for that right now. Let's see. GameStop shareholders' biggest nightmare? Ryan Cohen takeover, bad news? Okay, this is a different take. Wow. Now, I think this is, who is this? Is this Benji? No, it can't be.
You are now making easy money with Obi.
Fucking intros. God damn.
What's going on, YouTube, and what's going on to all you savvy investors out there? Welcome back to the Making Easy Money YouTube channel, where our
he's talking to my audience with the savvy investors part.
Goal is to make money in the stock market. And as you all know, today was a big day for GameStop on the Q1 earnings. But while announcing that, ladies and gentlemen, they have terminated their CEO and has named Ryan Cohen the executive chairman. That is huge news. In fact, we have seen and is currently looking at the after effect of that news, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see here in the aftermarket hours, currently GameStop is down close to 20%. And I do believe that we're going to see more downwards pressure here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people have been banking and anticipating on GameStop earnings report. And this was just a huge bombshell, if you ask me. Not so much bad news, them actually announcing the Ryan Cohen thing, but as you guys see here, a lot of retail investors do not like that news. In fact, guys, not only does retailers hate that, a lot of people are saying that this is the end of GameStop.
Who's saying that?
In the comment section below. Do you think this is going to be the end of GameStop due to the executive move made here today? Now, what to expect here for the remainder week of GameStop? As you guys know, this huge drop in price really does offer short positions taken here on today's trading a great opportunity to cover and sell for a profit here tomorrow. So it's going to be very interesting how the market reacts to the opening share price here in GameStop. Now, if we do not see that short cover wave here tomorrow, then it's more than likely shorts are going to hold off a little bit longer. And I feel as though that may be the situation due to the fact that it is clear as day that GameStop is more than likely going to see some more and further downwards pressure here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds pretty realistic.
Your thoughts in the comment section below, but if we take a brief look and check out, sorry about that, our active buy and active sale here currently in the aftermarket hours. And if you're still here with me, don't forget to drop the words. Still here with
So this is we got a moo investor here. I don't know.
Immediately, and remember, a lot of people are speculating that again the end of GME is
okay. I'm not sure who's saying that because yeah, our friend was saying that he's super excited. Okay. The end is near. So I was looking up executive chairman, CEO versus executive chairman, and I'm sure Model 3 dude probably knows this, but I didn't. So I looked it up, and I think that was maybe before he was here. So when I heard that, or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe I forgot to ask him. But anyway, so I was looking into it, and at least according to a couple sources that I found here, the executive chairman is, let's see here. Well, you have a non-executive chairman and an executive chairman. Okay, we're not interested in the non-executive. Executive chairman, he's a paid employee, usually a former CEO. He stays on to pass his institutional knowledge and expertise on to the current CEO. Many CEOs feel their organizations need long-term leader, Appointing executive chairman is a sign of a peaceful, smooth, and orderly transition. So Ryan Cohen was not made the CEO. He was made the executive chairman, which I believe is a board position, right? That's a position on the board, whereas the CEO is a managerial position, right? It's operation management. So, and again, the board is elected. Management is hired by the board. So I think there's maybe some confusion among AMC and GME investors on that stuff. Okay, let's continue here. I'm going to go back to Telegram and get some of the video links that were provided in here today. So we have the exact moment when the earnings were released. Model 3 dude is concurring on the board being elected. Cool. Want to make sure I have that right. So why is that? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So I guess this is, and I rolled it back just a little bit, but this is essentially the moment when the GameStop earnings were released. So we can see reactions here. And I'm turning this down.
Little candles get me excited. I like little things, PP. Let's go, little PP. There we go. Now it's getting bigger. Oh, shit. Objects may appear bigger in the mirror. Oh, man. Oh, shit. What's going on? Oh, shit.
Isn't it great knowing that this because this was like the opposite reaction I had was like, what? Are you kidding me? Really? And then later on I was like, oh, okay. All right. Okay. This is the opposite. It's great.
There were a lot of people on this 2 million person subreddit who thought it was very funny. Yes. 2 million people.
Oh my God.
In the subreddit think it's really funny, spamming.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Emojis. Yes.
Oh man, that's a big ass candle to start out with, guys. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. GameStop. Woo! Let's go. Oh, baby.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Making $1 million plans, super yacht, smoking hot with $1 billion friends, bright lights, white.
Why do these clowns have to pick the worst fucking music ever for their bullshit? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. This should be a clue right here. Look at the news article here. GameStop earnings are today. The stock is gaining into the report. Oh, it's gaining into the report. Good.
Hold up. I just want to put this out there. I'm not going to let little Brandon try to ruin the chat with his bullshit. Brandon, if you don't know the interview, if you don't know the background from it.
So now we're starting to get some nervousness. That's what I'm sensing here. We're starting, what started out as euphoria became confusion and now nervousness, which is being taken out on seemingly members of his chat. This is fantastic.
Go make a YouTube channel. See if he's going to call you on your cell phone. All right? You good? Good. Get lost. But GameStop.
What an obnoxious fucking fool.
Won't stop. Get the leg up. Let's go.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop until this clown just disappears from the face of the fucking earth and we never hear from him again because that's what these kind of people do. I mean, give me a break. This guy is one of the biggest narcissistic fools I think I've ever encountered. People like this don't ever own up to anything. They never admit anything. So he's just gonna ghost. He's just gonna fucking disappear one day. Manuel's gonna be like, wait, where's Marantz? Yeah. Can't stop, won't stop until you literally can't anymore. In which case, we won't ever see you again. Which, you know what? Bring it on. But here's the nervousness. Oh.
Get paid, go play, full send. Big gold chains, even with embargoes. Got diamonds on the neck like Leonardo. You don't even want to know how fast the car go. When I peel off in the mercy of Lago. Got foreign doors and marble floors with an army force on the count of 4. Ready, lock and load, let's rock and roll. When we talk it over, it was nice to know ya. So I'm about a 9, but she thinks I'm a 7. Got money, all of a sudden she thinks I'm 11.
Wow, how much did you make?
Nah, never be telling. Let's just say I went through hell to be living in heaven. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Make money.
Make money. Short sellers make money.
GameStop 26.32. Already touched $27 in the after hours, guys. Already went all the way up and touched it.
Who cares? You touched it.
This song is called Cha-Ching Ching. Ching, ching, cha-ching, ching. It's in my pocket. Money in my pocket. There's the rocket, baby. There it is.
Jesus.
Thanks, Daddy.
Oh, you think I'm playing?
Okay.
No.
So the nervousness has now given way to even more extreme euphoria.
Yeah.
This is what Wall Street does. This is great. We're seeing it right in real time. Well, I mean, we're seeing it play out in real time from before. Like, there's a little teaser, and then they make you nervous a little bit. Yes, bad back, exactly. And then you get this, whatever you want to call it, whatever, and the confidence returns. You're like, oh yeah, I can get hard. I could do this. I'm not even going to take that analogy any further. I got some terrible things I'm thinking about, but I've never seen his wife. So anyway, so yeah, there it is. This is this is like the confirmation, like, oh yeah, we got this, man. We got this to the moon. But just wait. Oh, just wait.
Show us the money, baby. Give me the rockets.
God, this music sucks. And it's probably copyright. Oh,
they're attacking me. Oh, they want to throw us down. There it is. Here's the attack. Oh, you're going to hurt my feeling. Oh, you hurt me so hard. Oh, we just went down. Oh, $3. Oh, my God. Bros, I'm telling you right now. I'm going to explain something to you guys.
Okay. All right. You explain something to us, Marantz. Okay. I can already hear the tone of your voice is fucking changed. You are a fucktard.
Let me pause the music.
And by the way, Marantz, are you here? Show yourself if you are.
For a minute. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about GameStop in a minute, okay, guys?
Oh, the truth, right? The truth. We have the truth in front of us. It's a fucking toilet flush. Yes. I need that sound. I do need that sound.
I'm going to tell you guys something really quick.
Okay, tell us.
Oh, the earnings are out?
Yeah, the earnings are out. Yeah, pause the music.
17 cents? So they missed? Is that what they said? So it's out. They missed.
I mean,
give it to me.
Missing, hitting, missing. I mean, tell me that you don't fucking know what's important without telling me that you don't know what's important. Who cares if they fucking hit or missed? Okay? Last time they hit. And you had an orgasmic reaction to the upside. Guess what? Now that's coming out. But at the end of the day, you don't, who cares if they hit or miss? Is the company healthy based on the numbers? To me, that's what's important. because also, don't we also not care about the analyst predictions? Like McQuery or whoever having a whatever 5-cent price target on whatever stock. They don't believe that anyway. The apes don't believe that anyway. So what? But when they beat the earnings estimate, oh yeah, it's a big deal.
I don't want just the cents. I want it all. Guys, listen to me clearly, okay? I'm going to teach you something. Damn,
yeah, right.
I know it has it there first, but I don't want it there. This is not what you think it is. And I'll explain why.
Like, this garbage should not be on you. This is completely inappropriate. It's completely backwards. I'm going to give a disclaimer because people are going to hear this. I mean, nobody's going to take it seriously here, I know. But denial, delusion, extreme narcissism, egotism. I mean, you're going to hear it all. Like, one person in a fucking dumbass fake helmet. There's not even any glass or anything here. Like, what? Congratulations, you died. Does it smell like burnt toast? You died. One dude who has no clue what's important. He's going to tell you how it is. Oh, yeah. I can't believe that this, I don't even want to call it an approach or philosophy because it's much, that makes it sound too sophisticated. Yeah, I mean, this is so 2021 right here. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right.
Until you see the top line revenue, until you hear what it is on some cash burn, everything, like I said, you're going to miss 30, 40 million. They're not explaining to you the best way. GameStop is meant year over year to lose $160 million like they did last year. That means that they missed it by 17 cents, right? Whatever maybe. Well, they actually missed it by about 5 cents a share. That means they only lost about $40 to $50 million. They had $100 million swing from what that number was last year to now. $100 million in the positive direction. I want people to understand what that means. That means quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4 are set up with already a $100 race beating last year.
No.
We need to make $200 million over the next 3 quarters to become profitable. And if people only knew what that means for us. So that's the
what does it mean for you? Oh, you can barely you technically say that you're profitable. Dude. What the fuck? This is so brain dead.
I know you guys don't see it. I see it.
I mean, look at this fucking guy. I mean, tell me that this is not brain dead.
I'm not afraid of it, not by any stretch, but this is how they're going to try to attack you, to tell you that they lost and they didn't lose. Okay? You're going to
no. Jesus fucking Christ.
Exactly where we're at. So, holy hell. 50 memberships. Unicorn. Oh my God. I can't pay you back, Unicorn. I can't. So, give me a second and we'll go over this in a minute right now once I have all the info. I don't want to just give it to you in bits and pieces, okay? I want you guys to know exactly where you're at. So.
Exactly where you're at?
GameStop's packed elsewhere in other countries is what I see. Somebody just messaged me that stuff. But I want the whole number. I don't want just that. I want to know what the cash burn is. Because, see, cash burn is everything. And if people know how to read the balance sheet, which a lot of people don't, we're going to explain it right now.
Oh.
Okay.
We're going to learn how to read a balance sheet.
Jackson's Pop. It's Matthew Furlong. And Ryan Cohen is executive chairman and chairman of the board.
Wait. Wait, what?
Trying to tell me Ryan was terminated? Oh, man. Only time we can support Morantz. The man supports our investment on a daily for free. Thank you, Unicorn. I do my best, man. And we all do it together. So congratulations to everybody who's getting a free membership right now. And, there's some guys out there, some really special people out there that support the channel.
Oh, there are some special people out there for sure.
Let's go ahead and see if we can get the numbers up. I don't know if it's been released just yet. I want to see the There it is. So, as executive chairman, today disclosed that the board of directors has elected Ryan Cohen as executive chairman effective immediately, include capital allocation and overseeing management. How is that not a good thing? I mean,
Here we go.
they're telling you that Matthew Furlong has been terminated. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God.
This is perhaps the most brain dead reaction.
As the CEO. Holy hell. God, this story is crazy.
Where does it say CEO?
He's
It doesn't say he was elected as CEO. It says executive chairman. Whatever. He's in that euphoric state, I guess.
guys, this story is crazy. He's all in. That means he's all in. Oh my God.
All in? What do you mean he's all in? No, he's not fucking all in. Only you and your fucking brain dead followers are all in. People like Ryan Cohen don't go fucking all in. Stop saying all in.
So,
Jesus.
I'm going to tell you guys something that no one's going to tell you.
Oh, okay. Probably because it's not true then.
Well, that's amazing. Okay, that's amazing. I'm going to tell you guys something that no one's going to tell you. By Ryan Cohen. Yeah, yes, I've been telling you. I'm sorry, man. I'm not reading. I'm over here. Yeah, not Matthew Furlong. No. Ryan Cohen is CEO, guys.
Where did you read that?
No. Let me tell you. Can I tell you something? That means basically Matthew Furlong was like a shareholder, like a pigeon holder, right? He's just holding a spot. And,
What?
oh my God. They paid him $200,000 a year. They didn't pay him nothing. They got work out of him for 2 years. Oh my God. Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Ryan Cohen is the CEO.
No, he's not.
Do you know how many people? Guys?
Yeah.
Are like,
I cannot listen to this. I mean, this is terrible. Marantz, you are a fucking moron. Okay? I know you're out. I know you're lurking. Speak up. Show yourself. I mean, don't you want to okay, Manny or Bottle 3 dude, I will. All right.
This is FOMO. You don't even understand. There's people out here that like Wall Street, they only invest because of him. They'll be like, no, I won't invest.
Really?
You're not even fully involved. You're not even all in. The freaky's not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ryan's going to do the call? Oh shit, bro. Oh my God. This is awesome. I don't care what the stock does. You guys don't even understand. Oh my, in conjunction with the company's former CEO has been terminated. Yes. We don't care about the stock going down. You guys are idiots. Nobody cares about the stock going down. You're concerned with price action. Do you not even understand that this price action is the stock market? Give me the balance sheet. Give me the people. Oh my goodness gracious. Remember, if you can't perform with what you say you're going to perform, if he can't ink out a profitability, this is Ryan telling you, I'm firing the CEO if he can't do. That's striking fear in the heart of God. That hit piece on CNBC last night makes sense now. Yep. They knew it and trying to discredit him. Let's go. Yes, T-Dog. But I called that last night. I didn't see this coming. I don't think anybody saw this coming. The other people love Ryan.
Oh, yeah. You called it, right? You called it all right. Oh, my God.
Down, Jason? Really? What's my cost average, Jason? $24 a share? Is it really going down? Am I really upside down? Get the hell out of here. You don't know shit. These guys.
Like, yeah, now he doesn't care about price movement, but he sure did when he saw a green candle initially. That's hilarious. Oh, God. It's in the span of like 10 minutes. This guy flip-flops. What an idiot.
You can't. You guys doing great. I actually, you know what's crazy? I even read the chat. Hey, all you new guys out there, don't super chat the channel, please. I read the chat. I'm different, right? Yeah, maybe. Chewy 2.0. You wait till it happens. You wait till it happens. This is awesome, man. Oh, I don't even think people know how great this is for potential investors, for people that want to get behind something, for people who think he's not all in. People think he's going to sell tomorrow. He's not selling. He's not doing any of that. He needs a day job. This is what it is. He's all in. Before he goes all in with his money, his team.
What do you mean all in? I mean, what? Did he buy more shares? Did he acquire more shares? Because that should be in a filing. Did he acquire more shares? Did he put 100% of his wealth into the stock? I don't know, but probably not. So don't.
Everything. What do? They take over. This is a hostile takeover. This is exactly what you want.
Oh, another fucktard who doesn't understand what a hostile takeover is. Listen to that. Before we had stock and crypto creep saying that Adam Aaron was doing a hostile takeover. Adam Aaron and the board were doing a hostile takeover from the shareholders, whatever that's supposed to mean. Now, Rance is saying that Ryan Cohen is doing a hostile takeover because he was elected executive chairman, not CEO. Not CEO. Yeah. Could we please learn what a hostile takeover is before we use the term? In fact, can we please learn what anything is before we throw it around like we know what it means? Thank you.
Even Ryan Cohen. He destroyed Bed Bath & Beyond. He didn't have anything to do with it. Go look at Sue Gove. Go look at all of them. This is great. Hey, all you guys out there that don't think that they can buy something bigger and better, that they can't transition to other.
Now, he may not have destroyed Bed Bath & Beyond per se, but he destroyed a lot of shareholders. Absolutely. He destroyed a lot of shareholders with his pump and dump bullshit. Fucking, just... I still can't believe that happened. That caught me off guard. But, I mean, but it's different with GameStop because he's all in. He's all in, guys.
Other parts of retail. Well, now you have the CEO, the chairman of the board, everything, all at the palm of his hand. If they want to merge with Teddy now, it's too easy. Like there's so much they could do. You listen to yourself right now, investors. You're either all in with Ryan or you're not. You either believe in him or you don't.
Okay, that's straight up wrong, ignorant cult language. No. Just no.
Bill Pulte was on this show this morning. I interviewed him this morning, and what did he say? I'm with Ryan. There it is. I'm with Ryan Cohen. And
you have no clue who Bill Pulte is. You have no fucking clue who Bill Pulte is. All you know is what you've seen on Twitter and what he told you in a fucking 10, 15, 20-minute phone call where you were basically licking his asshole, talking about, it means so much that somebody like you would be invested in this company, and you're a shareholder and I'm a shareholder, and we're really not that different. I have no clue who this person is. And this is somebody here, who, like, the document said executive chairman, but he says CEO. So do you think he knows who the fuck Bill Pulte is? Give me a fucking break.
You can't. Hit the like button. Sure, I appreciate it, guys. The earnings call is going to be starting. When it starts, it's going to be absolutely batshit crazy. GameStop announces new CEO. They fired their old one. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. The stock's at $24, bro. 20.
Oh,
Let's go all the way down. Take
yeah.
me.
This
Take
is
me all the way down.
this is
You go for
this is where I started. This is where I started listening to this when it was live. I was driving, and I had to turn it off because I was concerned about my safety.
it. Go for it all you want. This is Wall Street attacking the stock. Can I tell you guys something about this? I'm gonna tell you
Sure.
something really smart. Okay. They can attack this
I'm gonna tell you something really smart.
stock all they want. People can sell off and be scared and be like, "Oh, they fired their CEO. They must be doing terrible." Maybe you don't know how to read a balance sheet. They're down $40 million for the quarter. $40 million for the quarter. Bring it on down. I'm buying it at this.
He hasn't even seen the fucking balance sheet. He hasn't shown the balance sheet. What are you talking about? You're talking out of your fucking asshole right now, dude. I am like, you have gone too fucking far with this shit, and I'm gonna be on your fucking ass. Mark my fucking words. I am gonna be on this motherfucker's ass from now on. We held back, we laid back, we laid back in the cut, as they say. But you know, the whole point of this channel was to call out grifters and to correct misinformation and fact check. Well, I yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, he's been spared for long enough. Absolutely. Um, Lynn's here, but driving fast too. You're driving fast. Where the hell are you? Um, would not want to drive into a wall. Yeah. Thoughts on GME? Well, I'm gonna link up voice chat here in just a little bit once we get through some of this, and I want to hear your thoughts. Can you imagine holding a trash company and making fun of other idiots holding garbage? The only reason I can imagine it is because I literally witnessed it today. But yeah,
This price. I'm buying it all at this price. You don't think so? Let me go look at something. I'm waiting for my money to settle. It still hasn't settled. When my money settles today, you'll know.
oh,
When it
okay.
settles, you'll know. Maybe at the end of the day it settles, and maybe in the morning I got to buy. I'll have my buy order in the Discord tomorrow. GameStop. Oh, I haven't seen GameStop on the TV in a year. And it's the first thing on the channel right now.
Because they just literally came out with fucking news. Like, this is some adolescent bullshit.
Oh, they put a whole thing up. GameStop elects Ryan Cohen as the executive chairman, which is good. And then it says they're down 7%. They're down 11%. Keep coming at it, bro. Keep coming at it. Wait till you hear Ryan talk. Oh man, if you're
Yeah, well, about that, the motherfucker, they canceled the fucking earnings call. Now, I don't know. I'm not a corporate type, okay? But it seems to me that if you have a crisis of leadership and extreme uncertainty about the future, which, sorry, Marantz, you have all of those things right now and more. Seems like you would want to go on with the earnings call. Like, the show must go on. We're going to go on with it because we don't want to create, a negative sentiment by virtue of that. But they canceled it, which, I mean, it's just so odd. It's like, to me, why they would do that. And it leaves more questions than answers. Just fired the CEO. The media didn't make up that news headline. Exactly. But because it's not positive, because it doesn't fit into this fantasy world that they've created and live in, it's FUD. It's so not good. RC never talks. He just tweets in a super complex code that only waterheads can decipher. Yeah, I mean, in his tweets, don't even get me started on his tweets.
If you're on Wall Street, you're waiting to buy this at the bottom, guys. You're waiting to buy this.
Yeah, right.
Thank you to the guys who are gifting memberships to the channel. Appreciate you guys. I got to start reading some of this chat. I don't know where we're at in the chat. They haven't released anything yet in terms of VPS. Negative 17. I have it. I have it on another screen. Negative 17 cents a share is where they said. You said GameStop won't see 19. Soldier SM. Let's hope it does for your sake, because I'm going to buy a whole bunch of it. You misled us. WRX, you're so funny. Oh man, you're waiting for price action on one thing. On one day. There it is. It's out. Let's go get it. Says disclosures first quarter 20.
Can we stop it yet? I'm just going to pause it because I have these earnings here somewhere. Let's see. Is it this one? No, that was it's this one, I think. So I was going to compare both. Is that it? Where's the date? Oh, come on. Yeah. For the quarterly period ended April 29th. You got to love when they do these weird ass financial quarters too. So the first quarter ended on April 29th for them. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this here. I would like to have them side by side, which is what I was trying to do before with this one. So this is the previous quarter, Q4. And the earnings start here. I'm going to set up a split screen, I think. Let's see. All right. Let's see here. Lynn's going to explain why they fired the CEO. Corporate raider Cohen. Been done saying it. What does that mean? Can you explain what you mean by corporate raider Cohen? Boggy is having the last laugh. We'll have to go back and watch his video too. I didn't get live last night. Okay. All right, while I set this up here, finance chat, link in the description. Everybody join that. Join it. Let's see here. Do a screen. All right, bear with me 1 second. Just trying to get this presentable. Okay, here we go. Okay, so on the left, yeah, on the left is thought you could, well, anyway, is the previous quarter. On the right is the current quarter. What's the PE? Oh, not available because it isn't profitable. That's a good point. Okay, so again, on the right, well, actually, let me clarify this, and I just want to make it clear because that's what clarifying usually does. Let's see. All right, let's see if this works. Yeah. All right. Oh. Okay, there we go. Current quarter on the right. Maybe GameStop should come out with their own popcorn. or credit card. What they need is a credit card. You know, that's where the money's at these days, inflation and everything. Boom. When GME credit card. Okay. Just first of all, just looking at the current reported quarter. And actually they do have the previous quarter, at least on this section here, but I don't know if they have it on the whole thing. So let's see. Merchandise inventories. So Manny, their inventory is actually up about 100, less than 100 million, but still down from last year. I'm looking right here, merchandise inventories. All right, current liabilities. Current portion of operating lease liabilities. Long-term debt. Oh, by the way, they said that the only debt, they reiterated that the only debt they have is the French whatever because of the French government's response to COVID. They're still claiming that. Operating lease use of operating lease right of use assets is higher. I don't really know what that is. Okay, I was down here actually. Long-term debt, stockholders' equity, accumulated other comprehensive loss, 79 million, retained loss, 270 million. So, interesting there that is higher, kind of substantially. Let's see. Let's see what that is. Loss incurred by a business which is recorded within the retained earnings account in the equity section of the balance sheet. Account contains both the gains earned and losses incurred by a business, so it nets together the two balances. So we have a greater retained loss than last year, or than last quarter. Well, and as compared to last year. So that's not good. And of course, stockholders' equity is down too. Let's see. Net sales. Now we're only comparing it to last first quarter of 2022. So this is where this other one over here will come in handy, potentially. If I could find it. Here we go. Oh, but this is yearly. Boy, they don't make it easy to compare these things, do they? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I mean, this is a whole year. Okay, so anyway, that one's not really that useful. I'm switching out of the split screen. I thought it was going to be a good idea, but, Okay. So here we're looking at the quarterly data. Net sales. Lower. Cohen not stepping up to take the CEO position speaks loudly on the true condition of the company. And that's interesting. That's an interesting angle. So net sales was down. Cost of sales was down. Selling, general, and administrative expenses is slightly lower. Now, they've made a big deal about that. So here's where Marantz gets his $100 million swing right here in net loss. Right here. So he says in 1 year, GameStop went from losing 157 million in a quarter to losing 50 million in a quarter. So that's the $100 million swing that he's referring to. And here's the 17 cents loss per share. Yeah. Okay. Consolidated statement of net comprehensive loss. 50. Cash flows. Okay. Okay, merchandise inventories net. Is it changes in operating assets and liabilities? Merchandise inventories net. Negative 83 million compared to negative 9 million last year at this time. Wasn't he already, he was already on the board. He was already a board member, wasn't he? So he was given an executive chairman position, which Marantz Rants and everybody, I guess, apparently everybody is taking to mean that he's the CEO, which, no. GameStop employees hate the company. The GameStop employee subreddit is hilarious. Yes, it is. But to be fair, a lot of employee subreddits are hilarious. Like, go to the CVS pharmacy employee subreddit. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, no. I mean, and it seems like every month or so there's one of these media articles that comes out talking about how all the employees quit mid shift and locked the store and left. I mean, how many times have we seen that story? That's happened half a dozen times over the last couple years. All right. Proceeds from the sale of digital assets. Proceeds from sale of digital assets. Is that talking about our NFTs? I think that's talking about our NFT market, right? Digital assets. Why am I not able to highlight? Come on. All right, whatever. Apparently they don't want me to highlight it because it's piss poor. 1.3 million compared to 1 year. Now, 1 year ago, they didn't have the NFT marketplace 1 year ago, though, did they? Or did they? I mean, I know it took them a long time to come out with it. I mean, it was way late. Like it was the ship had already sailed past the horizon, and it was out of range. It was up 1 year ago. God, has it been that? I mean, man. Okay. When did GameStop? Let's see. I'm seeing here a press release from July 11th, 2022. But I mean, that doesn't mean that they weren't selling digital assets then. Not, it necessarily in the final NFT store. But anyway, yeah, that's purchases of marketable securities. 211 million. Purchases of marketable securities. Is that buybacks? What? Or, well, it doesn't say that it's their securities. Could be bonds. I don't know. Proceeds from maturities and sale of marketable securities. 212. Okay, well, so that cancels out. Never mind. Net cash flows used in or provided by investing activities. Negative 6.7 million as opposed to 66 million a year ago. Cash flows from financing. Okay. So they've got just over $1 billion, looks like, in cash. Okay, this is going over the loss of share per share loss here. Okay. Let's see what it says. Stock split. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. On July 6th, the board of directors declared a 4-for-1 stock split in the form of a dividend. The dividend was distributed on July 21st to stockholders of record at the close of business on the 18th. There was no net effect on total shareholders' equity, blah, blah, blah. So all it did was cut the share price to 1/4. We generally invest our excess cash in highly rated money market funds and investment grade short-term fixed income securities. So there you go. There's your bonds. And they do shorter term, 90 days. Digital assets. We account for digital assets. Our digital assets are indefinite lived intangible assets, which are initially recorded at cost. In January 2022, we entered into contractual agreements with Immutable X and Digital Worlds, pursuant to which the company was entitled to receive up to 150 million in digital assets. Okay, this is what they're talking about here. Beta versions of a non-custodial digital asset wallet. Revenues earned related to our NFT digital asset wallet and marketplace are recognized in net sales in our consolidated statement of operations. Revenues earned. Okay. Assets held for sale. So they're selling a warehouse in Europe, land and other property and equipment for 7 million. Or they did sell. That was the value. They sold it for approximately 13 million. The transaction is expected to close in the third quarter. Okay, so but if we go into a global recession, or if it looks like we're heading that way, that may not happen. Revenue. Here we go. Hardware and accessories is up. So that's new and pre-owned hardware, accessories, hardware bundles, interactive game figures, strategy guides, mobile and consumer electronics. So that is up about 50 million. Negligible, really. Software includes sales of new and pre-owned gaming software, digital software, and PC entertainment software. Down from 1 year ago. Down from 1 year ago. And collectibles. Collectibles. Remember, everybody all hot and bothered about, oh, the collectibles, the collectibles. They're going to kill it in collectibles. Well, it's less. This quarter, total net sales lower from 1 year ago. Now think about that. 1 year ago, what was going on? The market was crashing. Things were looking pretty bleak. Inflation was basically, still extremely high. I mean, it's still extremely high now, but it was even more so. Well, what the hell did you do, Lynn? What the heck did you do? What? Why did you delete all of Badback's messages? Don't drive and wrench. Don't drive and wrench. I don't know if that can be undone. You hid him on the channel. Sorry, Badback. So yeah, that's not great. Unredeemed customer liabilities, extended warranties. Oh, look, their extended warranties are up though. Oh no. You butt blocked him. Contract balances. Fair value measurements. Excuse me. More stuff about bonds. Company-owned life insurance. We're getting down into the debt. Here's the French subsidiary thing. Letter of credit, earnings per share. All right, so how about this? Here's Badback. Oh man. I wonder if he leaves the chat and then comes back. Because hey Chris, watch out, Lynn might block you. Okay, what are we looking at here? So segment. United States net sales. Now we know that's lower. Canada lower. Australia lower. Europe higher. Now that's interesting. Wonder why. But they still had. Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, hold up here. They did 832 million in net sales in the United States and operated at a loss of 26 million. They did 226 million of sales in Europe and operated at a loss of 22 million. That is odd. That seems why. Apparently I can't highlight anything anymore. It doesn't reset the timer. So I'd have to end the stream and then restart it. First unintentional teleportation. Yeah, I wonder where he teleported to. And then consolidated is, you know, what we got there. Income taxes, don't care. Business priorities. Let's see. While we expect our intense focus on expense reductions to yield decreases in sales, selling, general, and administrative expenses, we have incurred and may continue to incur severance costs, store closure costs, and other related expenses in the short term. We continue to explore strategic options, which may include further store closings and exiting unprofitable businesses. As recently announced, we have made leadership changes, including the appointment of Ryan Cohen as executive chairman of the company and Mark Robinson as the new principal executive officer of the company with the title of general manager. So, am I right to assume that there is no CEO? We have a principal executive officer whose title is general manager. General manager of the corporation. As executive chairman, Mr. Cohen will focus on capital allocation and overseeing management. We believe the combination of these efforts to stabilize and optimize our core business and achieve sustained profitability, while also focusing on capital allocation under Mr. Cohen's leadership, will further unlock long-term value creation for our stockholders. In other words, they can level up. Okay, we already looked at that. Net sales decreased 141 million or 10.3% for the 3 months ended April 29th compared to the prior year. So that's, I mean, you know, like that doesn't seem like a really great reason to be bullish. Net sales decreased by 10%. I'm not seeing the bullish case there. Okay, here's where they explain it. So they say that net sales in the United States, Canada, and Australian segments decreased, while net sales in Europe increased. The decrease in consolidated net sales for the 3 month ended April 29, 2023 was primarily attributable to the translation impact of a weaker US dollar, a decline in sales from new gaming software releases as the result of fewer significant title launches, a decline in sales of pre-owned software and hardware, and a decline in the sales of collectibles. Okay, well, so like everything that they sell. These impacts were partially offset by an increase in sales of new gaming hardware. The increase in Europe was primarily attributable to sales of new gaming hardware driven by decreased supply constraints. Okay. Gross profit. Gross profit decreased 11 million or 3.8% over the year. I don't care about gross profit as a percentage of net sales. The decline in gross profit is primarily attributable to the impact of lower net sales, a shift in product mix from the pre-owned gaming hardware and collectibles into new gaming hardware, which, by the way, think about the margin that they're making on a new gaming hardware sale versus the margin on pre-owned gaming hardware and collectibles. Like I Model 3 dude can maybe back me up on this, but and I used to work in sales, like musical instrument sales, like electronic stuff, recording equipment, keyboards, PA equipment. And I could tell you that the margins were not that great, like 12, 15, maybe. It's good, you know. Um, they just weren't there. So yeah, you could sell a $4,000 piece of equipment, but you actually would make more as a salesperson, and the company would make more selling a bunch of small items rather than selling that one uh, big purchase. So I'm just trying to say, selling more new gaming hardware may not be like, it sounds good, but I'm not sure that it really is all that helpful. That's all I'm saying. Income tax, blah, blah, blah. Sources of liquidity. GME is a kids thrift store. Oh, look who's back. Bad Back is back. All right. Anything else here? I don't think. I think we're pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Principal executive officer. Filed herewith. Okay. So that's the balance sheet that Marantz is so proud of. Let's go back to some video. Not that one. I'm actually going to go back to Telegram because I know we have things linked over here. Where is it? Okay. Well, we got the Ape Father weighing in. See what the Ape Father's got to say for himself.
So apparently what happened, GameStop fired CEO Matthew Furlong, appointed Ryan Cohen as the executive chairman. Their earnings, they were positive 48 million. But I guess that news prompted a lot of panic, a lot of fear.
Positive 48 million? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from, Ape Father? I didn't see 48 million positive. No. I'm seeing negative 50 million on a net loss. So that's sort of close, except, negative. Not sure what he's talking about there. That does not seem to be correct or accurate.
Their earnings, they were positive 48 million. But I guess that news prompted a lot of panic, a lot of fear. And in the after hours, after earnings were announced, GameStop plummeted like 20%. Listen, nobody could have known that Matthew Furlong was going to be fired. They didn't even give a reason for his termination. But listen, Ryan Cohen is the man. He's appointed. I think, in my opinion, we're in great.
He's the man, right? See, now I've had a problem with this for a while. And it's the same problem that we see with other rock star CEOs or corporate types, the elevation of these people to like mythical status. Ryan Cohen's the man. Oh, he'll fix it. He's, everything he touches turns to gold. Well, except Bed Bath and Beyond, but whatever. He got a pile of gold out of it. He got a pile of gold. So, eh. We see it with other, we see it with other corporations as well. We see it with, somebody like Elon Musk. Oh, I can't wait till he takes over Twitter. It's going to be so much better. 1 year later, we see it with people like Steve Jobs. We see it with, and then you see people like Elizabeth Holmes trying to emulate that.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
And then you go to prison for 11 years, right?
Hands, and to me it's discounted prices, so that's all I have to say about that. It was a surprise. Nobody knew that Matthew Furlong was going to be terminated, but we got Ryan Cohen as the executive chairman. That is confidence enough for the eight father, baby. Wow. So that's all I got to say. Discounted prices. Video is not financial advice, not a financial planner. Videos for entertainment purposes only.
Well, what kind of things, what kind of stuff is sold at discounted prices? Let's be honest about this here. We've been hearing this for 2 years on this crap. Oh yeah, take advantage of the discount, the discount, the discount. And actually, in this sense that I'm thinking, it actually is an appropriate term. Because what kind of stuff goes on? What kind of stuff gets discounted? What kind of stuff gets marked down? The leftover shit that nobody wants. Old models, last year's design. Stuff that they can't sell for the original price. Stuff that they can't make as much money on. And generally the prices of discounted merchandise don't go back up. That's the crucial part here. Once something goes on clearance, does it go off of clearance usually? Not usually. Like, actually, no, this is no longer discontinued. Raising it back to raising it back up to full manufacturer suggested retail price. No. So discounted prices, equity, it really, I would say it really doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because with a physical product, a physical good, or I guess a service, but mainly I'm thinking of physical good. You're still getting the physical good for it, for the money that you're exchanging. So this, this laptop computer is marked down simply because it came out 8 months ago and they came out with new chips. So there's a newer model that has a better processor in it, for example. So this one now is marked down by $200 or whatever. But you're still buying the laptop. It still has all the functionality. And at this point, even if it has last year's chip, it's probably still pretty darn good. But that's not really the case with like equity securities. Yeah, you're getting a share still, but you're getting something that's going to that's returning you less. So yes, yes, it's discounted. It's like GameStop's net sales being lower and GameStop's cost of goods sold being lower. Well, yeah, they sold less, so they didn't have to buy as much. Anyway, that was about as great as I thought it was going to be. Okay, I'm going to shift gears just for one quick video here because I need my daily fix.
Financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment and educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, like YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. So
you know you wanted it.
Data, but I gotta tell you every day, the day they release us is false. But it gives a false narrative to the market so we can make bad trading decisions.
Listen.
The hedges are having liquidity issues. And like I told you in previous videos, and I'm not
is it drying up? If he says liquidity is drying up in this video, I predict we'll all be millionaires
to buy
by the end of the week.
Stock, but we know we can't depend on the SEC to police the market. We can't depend on FINRA's, DTCC, or CFTC to enforce their rules.
Do we have low volume?
They have showed us over the last 30 months that they are in bed with the hedges. They are in bed with the 1%. And the
wait. Yes, he is the only one, or yes, we're having volume issues.
Main objective is to rob retail investors.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. That's my analysis of what I've seen over the last 30 months, and that's what it is. But here's the thing. In April, they lost 11.
I mean, okay, sure. But I mean, that's your goal too. That's your goal. Your goal is to quote unquote rob other investors. I mean, that's not really the best way to think about it. Not the best way to think about it, but essentially, how is it any different? You are trying to rob the hedge funds. You're trying to, you are trying to, now you have to ask Casey Shaw here, where the losses go. He might know, and he might not now, but, yeah. All of the gains that you're getting, or all of the losses, all of the gains you're getting come from, and all of the losses that you incur are flowing out to other investors in the market. Other investors in the market. Doesn't matter whether it's institution, funds, banks, individuals, retail investors, pension funds, got to save the pension funds. Essentially you're trading with another entity in the market. So, rob? Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, but not really. It's just incurring a loss, which goes to somebody else. But is that really theft? I don't think so. I don't think that's, whoa.
Do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case. I don't really
think that's the case.
$7 billion that investors have taken out of the hedge funds. That's billions with a B. $11.57 billion.
Don't worry, they'll get it back and then some. Like I love when they talk about how much the short sellers have lost, because most of the time those numbers are fucking bullshit anyway. They're estimates based on, I don't even know. Well, Ortex likes to estimate it. And if anybody has no clue what the actual fucking shit is, it's Ortex. Now, I'll agree with Donnie there. That data, misleading. How if all the apes are negative? Well, okay. He said, let me just go back, because I think
in April they lost a opinion. That's objective is to bet with the hedges. They are in bed with us over the last 30 months that they are in bed with the hedges. They
are in bed with it. First of all, who the fuck are they in this sentence here? They are in bed with the hedges. Okay.
The 1%. And their main objective.
They probably are the 1%, whoever they are.
It's to rob retail investors. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's my analysis of what I've seen over the last 30 months, and that's what it is. But here's the thing. In April, they lost $11.57 billion that investors have taken out of the hedge funds. That's billions with a B. $11.57 billion. So you know what that means to me? That means the hedge's liquidity is slowly drying up.
There it is. Hey, we're all going to be rich by the end of the week. I'm feeling it. Okay. He's not talking about meme stocks. He's talking about in general. I would imagine. There's no way he's talking about with meme stocks. There's no way. I'm trying to look this up right now. I mean, how much? Let's see here. And by the way, not all, I mean, I don't even know how that could be right because not all hedge funds are short. In fact, most of them are long short. They have long and short positions. Like that's the whole thing is they want to hedge, you know. So, you know, but let's see here. I mean, and it all just depends on whether they're on the right side or not. But so, for example, Citadel hedge fund, Citadel's fund, not the market maker, the hedge fund. They earned 16 billion in profit in 2022. 16 billion in 2022. The top 20 hedge fund managers earned $22.4 billion for investors in 2022, which is actually down a lot. It's actually a low figure. Yeah. So I don't think that the 11 billion. I mean, he's making a mountain out of a molehill. Donnie should think of it like this. It's kind of like how Donnie charged a retainer, but then also stole from his clients. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, good analogy. He made money both ways. He may have made it, but he didn't earn it. I'll tell you that. Okay.
And as I said in previous videos, when the liquidity dries up is when we should start seeing the MOAS. That's when we should start seeing the MOAS. Because once your liquidity dries up and they're forced to sell their long positions, they will then be forced to close out their AMC, GME, MULN, BBBY, and all the other shorts that they have been holding for so long. Yeah.
Well, that's no, that's like your 60th mistake in this video. All these shorts that they've been holding for so long. I mean, dude. He also just said that they lost $11 billion. So they've lost money. Now, I don't know. Are we talking about realized loss or unrealized loss? If it's an unrealized loss, then it's complete bullshit. If it's a realized loss, then they're not holding the shorts anymore. Then are they? Genius. So which one is it? I don't know. They lost so much money, but the liquidity's drying up. Makes no sense. He's all over the place here. Not to mention, he says the liquidity is drying up. I wish you would expound on that. What do you mean exactly? What do you mean? What do you mean, Pee-wee? Okay, well, whatever he means by that, he said that it should cause the MOAS, but it hasn't. Also, he said that when they're forced to sell their long positions, let's hear it again.
That's when we should start seeing the MOAS. Because once your liquidity dries up and they're forced to sell their long positions, they will then be forced to close out their AMC, GME, MULN, BBBY, and all the other shorts that they have been holding for so long.
Once they have to sell their long positions, which, okay, like what long positions are you talking about? NVIDIA? I don't know. They'll be forced to close the short positions. I mean, it's been the same argument for a year and a half. I mean, I remember around Christmas 2021, Short the VIX talking about this. Oh, they'll be forced to sell their long positions, which will then force them to close their short positions. Well, guess what? They'd fucking be closing those for a profit. I don't know about the long positions, but if they were closing short positions on meme stocks, they'd be closing them for a fucking profit, dude. They'd be making money, but they haven't been holding them for so long. That's not how they operate. They want to take profit because you know why? You know why, Donnie? It's because, and he's even said it. He's even mentioned this before, that short positions have an unlimited loss potential. So do you think that it really makes a lot of sense to hold on to a short position for months and months and months? No, and that's generally not what occurs. Generally not what occurs on something like this, especially with this volatility. Always be closing. ABC. The ABCs of trading. All right.
Yes, they've been violating the law. Yes, they've been engaged in.
Whoa! Yes, they've been violating the law. What law is that? Naked shorts? Naked shorting? No evidence of that. No evidence. None. And it's not like a hedge fund or anybody, for that matter, can just, hey, you know what? I feel like naked shorting something today. I'm going to do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because it's the fucking brokers that borrow the shares. I mean, this is so brain dead.
Criminal activity. Look at the
criminal activity. Yeah.
Shorting. Look at the FTD.
There it is.
Dark pool volume. All of that.
FTDs, dark pool volume. None of this is illegal. How is that crime? How is that criminality? Maybe it's malfeasance, but it's not crime.
To me, it's overwhelming evidence of fraud, corruption, and malfeasance.
You're going to get arrested for malfeasance, buddy.
But being that our regulatory agencies sit on the sideline, well, they sit on the sideline when it comes to us, when it comes to the stock market, but they have no problem being aggressive when it comes to crypto, which, as I said in previous videos, they really don't have no authority to police as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that you have no fucking authority on anything. You have no power, no authority, no influence. I mean, you're literally just talking to yourself here. But, I mean, yeah, imagine that. Saying that the regulatory agencies that govern equity, securities, commodities, the trading of equity, that they don't have the authority to regulate it. Yeah, that's a pipe dream. That was always a pipe dream. Everybody who is not completely deluded or under the age of, I don't know, 30 or so, and really doesn't have any experience in anything, knew that at some point this was going to happen. And a lot of us were surprised that it had not happened, even with what happened last year with all of the crypto blow-ups. They still allowed it to go on. It was always a scammer's paradise. It was always wrought with fraud. And I say, good fucking riddance. I mean, as if the stock market is not scammy enough as it is. Especially like in the short-term trading aspect. You know, where most retail traders lose their money, if not all of it, pretty damn close to all of it. Let's give them something else, and we're not even going to pretend. There's no fundamentals. It's not based on anything. You know, it's complete technical trading and FOMO, and I guess some options, futures stuff maybe, but it's not universal everywhere. Yeah, no, I mean, they absolutely have the authority to, and they absolutely should have done this years ago. Should have done it years ago. Sorry, crypto bros. I'm not a believer.
But that's for another video. The bottom line is this. The SEC won't enforce the law. In my opinion, the only way we see our tennies is when the liquidity dries up, and they already lost $11.57 billion in April. They'll probably end up.
I mean, who are you talking? You talking about one person? You talking about one fund, one institution, or are you talking about an unknown number? Yeah, I think you're talking about an unknown number. That's why you said they. That's why you said they. Unbelievable.
More in May, as the liquidity dries up, we should start seeing our tennies. Anyway, please.
Yeah, right. Okay. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. It's obvious to him. So, oh man, I don't know if I can do zero data. I don't know if I can do that one. I want to. I really want to, but how about this? How about this one? We haven't seen this guy in a while, mainly because we can't. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? What a weenie. What a fucking weenie. I'm trying to, this is a TMI video, the masked idiot. Video unavailable, it's private.
If you guys do hear any noise throughout this video, it's because I do have some work getting done in the house at the same time that I am recording, so my apologies for that. Hopefully you have a great day. Today was one of the best.
Look at him with the cross necklace, new microphone, new setup. Wow, look at that. Is that projection mat? He's got, oh no, it's just shadows. It looks more impressive than it is. He's got the mask hanging up back there. Remind us of times gone by. I don't know what this is. His and hers water picks. I don't know. Bunch of cameras, point and shoot cameras. He looks like, yeah, he seems like a point and shoot camera kind of guy. I don't deal with those lenses and stuff. Just give me a point and shoot. Wow. Is he supposed to be Jesus talking to us from the clouds in heaven? No, but you'll be like Jesus once we talking to us from the clouds in heaven. Once we get through this video and I get you into the voice chat so we can talk for a little bit.
Best trading days we've had, well, for the month, but I want to say for the quarter. I told you guys about Shopify yesterday. It was a 400% play today, up over 420% with a decent size. So I did go out today a little bit just to have a little bit of celebration. We'll get to that tomorrow on the TMI live channel. If you guys are interested in jumping into the Discord, guys,
no,
it is what it is. But
everybody
thought S3 Partners was going to be hurting, but in fact, they were building up some of the best potential year-out positions they could have. Looking at Tesla ripping right now in the after hours, and all of these different stocks are up at least 30% on the year. S3 Partners has done a great job. Now, S3 Partners did not only get in and maintain the long positions with historical winners, they also predicted that GME would be parabolic if it did crack over 30. Take a look at this.
Find the next big short squeeze from where we welcome in Bob Sloan, S3 Partners CEO and managing partner. Bob, thanks for being here. And just because a company has high short interest doesn't mean there's going to be a squeeze. But what are some of the conditions, if you will, that
this? I'm not going to comment. I don't want to go ad hominem, but wow.
Make a company or a sector or a collection of companies ripe for action like that?
That's a terrific question. The main ingredient to a short squeeze is not the flawed short interest that you will see published on Google. the main ingredient of a short squeeze is how much are short sellers losing and what's the upward momentum price action of the stock. As they lose more money and you see the price action go higher, that is what causes a short squeeze. That is what S3 calculates. And that's why we're one of the most popular data sets in the world when it comes to measuring short interest, float, and financing rates.
Is there enough short activity right now or short volume or float that's in the market right now to cause anything?
Now, I don't say volume, but
near.
And you know, this is not that far off from what we've been saying. Like, there's no reason for there to be a squeeze on any of these stocks. There's absolutely zero upward momentum that would warrant a squeeze. Any upward momentum, let me be clear, any upward momentum that is seen on any of these charts, let's just take AMC, for example, since, you know, since it's the cheaper one. Any upward momentum that is seen here is most likely from short covering, because we can correlate this to short covering events in the broader market. So if it takes upward momentum to cause a squeeze, but the only upward momentum you have is from short covering, you know, let me do the math here, carry the one. Yeah, no, that's not what he's talking about. That will not cause a squeeze, period. Like, that's like basically it's jerking yourself off.
The type of scale that we saw at the beginning of 2021.
If you look at GME, I think there's still $1.2 billion short in the stock. If the stock goes past $30, you could see something parabolic.
Now, all that was just 7 months ago. So with that, I did want to take...
Oh, that was 7 months ago.
Roughly what the overall short interest value would be with GameStop stock 4 months ago. Sorry, 6 months ago, in around the same time period where this video was published. Now, 6 months ago, GameStop's short interest value has only dropped 1.78%. So if there was a potential parabolic...
So it's lower.
...was to come, then there would still be that same parabolic move with what...
Well, we know it's not going to be from earnings. Yeah, so this was before. This is from yesterday. So, nope. We might as well stop right there on this, because you know, its whole premise is you need something like this. You need some upward momentum. He's going to speculate that it'll be from the earnings. The earnings were shit. Sorry, Marantz. The earnings were shit. So it just didn't play out that way. Like everything else that he says doesn't play out that way. Jesus Christ. Christ among us. Christ on a cracker. Jesus Christ. All right. How do I get this? Oh. This new Telegram way of doing the... Anyway. Where the hell is it? Where is the... Ah, there it is. Okay, let's see. Okay. Lynn, if you're... and anybody else too. Bad Back, Ron. You guys jump in too. If you want. Over in Telegram. I think an asteroid will hit the Earth and zombie apocalypse will happen before we see an AMC squeeze. Yeah. You know, I think Elon Musk will establish a colony on Mars before we see an AMC. We'll have self-driving taxis before an AMC squeeze. And that might actually cause the squeeze. Who knows? Who knows? The Cybertruck will come out before the squeeze happens. Need 5 minutes to feed the wolfhounds. Okay. Let's see what's going on in AMC today. besides a whole lot of nothing. GameStop got slaughtered. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, oh. Let's hear Professor Mike say it because his video is 4 minutes and it's already been about 1 minute since Lynn said she needed 5. How about that? This is great. Well, we'll hear it first and I'll give my thoughts. Where's talking? I'm not reading that. I can't read it.
What's up, guys? Finally got the old Toyota running, got them brakes done, got the door latch. I just went ahead and put $30 my mechanic buddy, figured it out. It still sticks on the outside. But anyway, so what you just saw there was put out. I just saw it. Ethan put it out. But I guess there was over 3,500 people that emailed. And of those 3,500, 2,850 roughly, it shows, objected. Did not agree to the settlements. 2,000, over almost 3,000, 2,850 objected. Think about that out there. I know people say, oh, that's a small piece, that's a small piece. They didn't even want to get the letters sent out. How many people didn't get their letters in time? How many people, 36% of AMC shares voted? So, I mean, hell, that's more people sent in and took the time to create an objection letter than I usually get on the views on one video. Then most of these guys in YouTube, people aren't paying attention. So that, to me, you go find a case where there was 2,800 plus people objected to it. Find me one. I'd be interested to know that. So regardless, that's
not really. And I took all the base out. I took all the base out of it too. Like,
I'm in the right mind with people.
That's what it is. That's the original.
That believe the same as I do, think the same as I do.
Wow. So, you know, like no windows down when you're recording in the car. Which, by the way, why are you recording in the car, looking at the camera? Just a question.
The echo chamber that I'm in. But that's pretty cool, man. Thank you for my fellow shareholders that believed the same way I did and took the time to write the rejection letter. It's nice to know that I was a part of the...
It's not going to do any good. It's not going to change anything.
That's about 600 or 700 people that took the time to say they were in support of it. You would think as many people that are attacking me and many people that are on social media talking all this, Adam's the great guy and all this stuff, and we need a reverse split.
They know that it's going to happen, regardless of your objection letters.
So I would have thought there'd be more people that supported it. And what's really cool is only 200 and something of those 200, you'll see it on there, I know the exact number. 276 pretty much used the same variation of that 87-page document. So that means the majority of people, over 2,500, 2,600 almost, 2,500 people actually wrote their own objections. Fucking bravo, guys. You took the time. You stood up for what you...
I don't think you know that.
Now they've got to dissect that. They've got to take that to heart. That's 2,800 people that matter. And that's going to be in their hands. That's going to be in the judge's hands to decide what they...
Well, unfortunately, the company entered into an agreement with somebody who agreed to pay them money on certain conditions, one of which was, we're going to do this. And so, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that they're going to get more benefit ultimately from that than from the shareholders who just want a fucking short squeeze. So if I were the CEO, if I were somebody who had the power to, like, literally negate a contract, that's what you'd have to do. Is it the risk reward? Is it worth it? What's in the best interest of the company long term? And by extension, the shareholders. It's not going to be to break that contract and undo the Antara deal. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But my comment on this was, he says 80% objected to lawsuit settlement, record turnout, court history. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think he knows either, because what did he do? Look up every case? Or have his law clerk look up every case? I'm sorry, his teaching assistant. Is Professor Mike. I don't think so. But beyond that, this is another example of these guys harping on something that doesn't matter. It makes no difference. And in that sense, is this really that different from a participation trophy? What he's doing here is he is celebrating. He's giving the apes a participation trophy and saying, good job, guys. You did good. You finished the race almost. So here's this, memento. Here's an attaboy. Here's a pat yourself on the back. It's a participation trophy, which, is meaningless. And arguably one of the things that contributed to this whole thing. Ultimately, as we've discussed before, well, some of us here have discussed. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. Or something funny. I don't know. Sad. If I owned shares in a company and I had to write a personal grievance, that would be my hint to sell and buy shares in a different company. Yeah. I mean, for real, like, is it really worth all that bullshit? I guess if you legitimately think that the shares could go to $1 million per share. Remember when they said that? $1 million per share, Al from Boston said. And by the way, Al from Boston is going off the deep end. I mean, he is going to and absolutely does deserve to get his ass sued here. I mean, he is skirting some serious skirting some serious defamation as far as I'm concerned. Look at this crap. The Antara emails exposed. The accounting issues. The Murrick bailout exposed. The Adam Aaron AMC's insurance scam. How Adam Aaron consolidated his power. Family relations and transactions exposed. No. What that policy that you didn't understand and you literally said wasn't in any version of the charter, and it literally was all the way back to at least to 2015. Give me a fucking break. Why not investigations into stock fraud or manipulations? Here's why. Yeah, I'm sure that you know why. Adam Aaron and Citigroup, the debt video. Urgent AMC data breach. Oh, a data breach. Really? Really? What? Okay. I just think this guy, well, he's a piece of shit.
Boston, pay very close attention. This was an email sent by Mr. Curry, who was one of the litigators in this trial. Pay very close attention. As registered SRI filers in the AMC litigation, each of you were served earlier this evening with a copy of plaintiff's reply brief in support of a proposed settlement. Though you were served with the brief and supporting documents, those documents were not yet on the public docket. It's come to my attention that the filled versions of the exhibits to my transmittal affidavit included information that was not intended to be filed publicly, including personal identifying information.
Jesus Christ.
Ensure that such exhibits are not docketed publicly before being apparently appropriately replaced.
Oh my God, dude, learn how to fucking read.
I cannot believe this has happened.
I cannot believe this happened. Oh my God, I'm out of breath. Oh God, I'm having a panic attack. Oh, they're going to find me. They're going to find out my real name. Fucking clown. In the meantime, okay, listen to this, okay? And Al has absolutely directly violated this order or this ask. In the meantime, I ask that you not disseminate any of the exhibits to my transmittal affidavit on social media or otherwise. I believe that doing so would be contrary to the wishes of the court. Guess who showed documents from this bullshit? Al from Boston. And I knew somehow when I saw him and heard him doing it, I just thought to myself, that doesn't seem like a great idea. I mean, I didn't know about this, and even this notwithstanding, I don't think it's a good idea. And I don't know, he's clout chasing. He's desperately trying to come up with something that is not totally fucking retarded, and so far he has not succeeded. But I mean, like the irony of this here. Oh my God, Lynn, are you able to join yet, or? I do have to wrap it up soon. It's after midnight here. I mean, it's almost midnight here. Almost midnight. God damn it. What a clown. So, in summary here, yeah, we've got another crappy GameStop earnings. We've got, oh, this was kind of good. GameStop, 5 minutes. There's GameStop. Yeah. Green. They made it green. And by the way, they didn't report -14, did they? I thought they reported -17. Maybe it's a non-GAAP. Must be non-GAAP. Where's non-GAAP? Or adjusted? Non-GAAP. Adjusted earnings. Adjusted EPS. Okay, no, I don't know where they're getting -14 from, but it's -17, which is a miss, which means that this should be red. Maybe Donnie's right. Maybe the data they released to us is false, meant to give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions. I don't know. But TradingView, get your shit together. But what I wanted to show real quick for Lynn lays it down for us. The only thing that AMC got today was a little sympathy pump and dump from GameStop. Sympathy pump and dump. That's about it. Listen. Yeah, listen to Lynn.
Oops, I was still muted. I was talking away. Okay, I'll try to be succinct because I know you're on a time crunch.
Oh.
So this is going to sound a little conspiratorial, but just hear me out. I think that Mr. Cohen probably had a plan, something along these lines, in his back pocket. Call it Plan B. That if things went down with the business, that it was kind of pre-arranged, not, in a very off-the-table way, that he would step back in some capacity, and that they would get rid of the CEO because, well, basically the executives at GameStop are not the brightest. And, that's putting it mildly. The CEO is responsible for guiding the company. He's not solely responsible for making it profitable. He is responsible for guiding it to make a profit. But if there are other factors in play, such as executives who are working against him, then his hands can be tied to a degree. So,
okay.
And really, the earnings reports are not that terrible, not to warrant getting rid of your leadership. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they put in a principal executive officer,
Right.
what does that even mean? Okay, what is the principal? Like a principal engineer, a principal carpenter, you apply that to any job, and it's somebody who is kind of a mid-level, not an apprentice, not journeyman, like a mid-level, and then to say, oh, he's also the general manager.
Yeah, that's that title.
The suckiest job you can have.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Having retail. It's
Uh-huh.
worse because then you are the fall guy. Okay, the CEO is not the fall guy. The general manager is the fall guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you don't have a general manager of a company. You can't, because they don't have any power. They have power over a locality, but they don't have power over the whole corporation. So just the fact that they threw that title in there tells me that they are just kind of blowing up the corporate structure. And right now it's like a free-for-all, and their leadership is gone. And
yeah,
the leadership wasn't super strong to begin with, but I think they probably axed all the people who knew what they were doing in HR, in finance, in marketing, in investor relationships. And now they're kind of like a rudderless boat out on the sea, and they're just looking at the org chart and going, well, we'll put him there and call him that, and then he can do like 5 jobs. And then, if it all falls apart, then we'll fire him.
Right.
And also being on the board of directors does not manage the company. They don't lead the company.
Right.
They advise the company. They propose ideas. They can veto things that they don't think are in the best interest. But basically, they direct. They don't manage.
Right. Right.
It's a hands-off position. It's an advisory think tank kind of position. All right. You're brought in because you have supposedly some expertise and knowledge and experience, and you can point out potential pitfalls that the company might be heading towards, and you can come up with innovative ideas to refresh, things that are not working.
And also to foster connections and relationships, probably with other corporations and in other industries and things like that too. I would imagine, right? On a high level.
Guys who go, oh look, there's a gaming convention, in 2024 in Orlando. Let's get together a team and get them working on getting us a position, a good tables, some marketing, some advertisement, et cetera, et cetera. So they suggest those kind of things. They don't come in and say, oh my God, our earnings reports were terrible, and what can we do? And, like they don't go over, well, they will review the earnings statements and whatnot, but they aren't in a position to manage. They don't manage, they direct. And
right.
There's a very subtle but important difference between the two.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is subtle, but it is very important.
It is an important distinction. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cohen had this kind of plan that he was, at some point would like the phoenix rise from the ashes, and everybody would forget about, Bed Bath and Beyond, and
yeah,
kind of, sold Chewy's out to a big corporation. And he's a corporate guy. Okay. He's a corporate guy. He's not about the employees. He's not about the customers. He's about the corporation and how the corporation can really benefit him, not so much how he can benefit the corporation. I'll tell you one thing about CEOs. Pretty much all of them are either narcissists or they have a lot of narcissistic traits, and everything for them is about asserting control of a situation. And not being in control of the situation is a threat to the narcissism. Their narcissism won't let them, not be controlling and directing and moving the chess pieces on the board all the time.
Yeah.
So, that's why I believe that he has kind of had this in his back pocket, probably not as a concrete plan that, this is what I'm going to do at this year. I know it's going to, bad earnings, and then I'll make my move and we'll get rid of this guy and then I'll have more power. No, it was more subtle than that. But he always knew that somehow he would make his way back, like the prodigal son.
Right.
But the bottom line to me is that the people that are left guiding the company are just, they're like, their hair's on fire and they're running around trying to find a bucket of water and there isn't one. And they're kind of grasping at straws and making things up. And they think, well, if we just reinvent the organizational structure, that'll fix everything. That'll make it all new. And it won't. It will just add more confusion to your lower level people. And now you're going to have even more pissed off employees going to Reddit and, spewing venom about the company, which doesn't do it any good. Their leadership needs to, get on board with that and shut that down and figure out why their employees want to lock the store and leave in the middle of the day.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's not normal behavior.
Yeah, right.
It's not normal. So why don't we address why is our staff so unhappy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the staff's unhappy because they're not getting any support from management because the people who could support them and knew how to support them have probably all been given the axe. They've all been sacked.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just a bunch of kind of, bloated, greedy, incompetent people waddling around trying to figure out how they're going to put the rudder back on the boat. And,
Yeah. Manny's asking what do you think about canceling the earnings call? Very unusual, he says.
I think that's the most chicken shit move I've ever heard of.
Right? I mean, yeah, exactly. Like like I said, I feel like during a crisis of leadership, and I kind of said that when I first thought that earlier when I was driving, it was like, I just kind of said it. But then as I thought about it, and then we were talking about it here, it seems like it really is a crisis of leadership. So why would you abandon your investors at that point? Like, that seems like the worst thing you could do.
Because
I don't know.
Like, okay, lifeboats, man the lifeboats, executive managers first and everybody else,
Yeah.
good luck.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And just wait, somebody will come along to save you. Yeah, they're so worried about saving their own butts. And I can pretty much guarantee you that at least 30 to 40% of them are already fishing for other positions.
Oh yeah, you'll probably see an exodus from that board, I would imagine.
Very much so. But to cancel the earnings call is like, it's a slap in the face to your investors. It's just a chicken move. It's just chicken. And
well, yeah, and Model 3 dudes saying they had zero plan on how to move forward. I mean, and that makes sense too. Like, if they didn't, I mean, you're saying you think this was in the works for a longer period of time, potentially.
I do, and like I said, not as a concrete goal, but just as kind of a just a thought in the back of his head,
and
in the back of all their heads, because they all have this worship of Ryan Cohen.
Yeah.
A really great company with Chewy's, and then sold it to PetSmart. And that pissed off a lot of the Chewy's customers. We didn't want it. I was a big Chewy's supporter. We didn't want to support a corporation. We wanted to support this kind of independent, edgy grassroots business that had really great customer service and good prices on products and delivered them on time. And it was a great company model. He did a great job building that. And as soon as he sold it, like just the shine came off the bauble,
it became just another corporate business that, like everything else, there was nothing, nothing special about it, nothing to differentiate it from Amazon or anything else. Yeah.
Well, granted, they didn't change much, which was wise of the acquiring company, but still, it left a kind of a bitter taste in a lot of Chewy's.
Well, yeah, you think that you're supporting, like a grassroots, small, like, a smaller type of operation, like maybe how some people feel about, I don't know, shopping at somewhere like Trader Joe's or something back in the day, because it was this quirky, kind of place or whatever. And I remember you telling me some of the things that Chewy would do, that were quirky. I forget, but there was something that you said that they sent. I don't know. I forget, but it was something I was like, I thought, oh, wow, that's interesting. I've never heard of a corporation doing that, retail, business doing something like that. But then,
Oh, they sent me two miniature oil paintings of
oh yeah,
photos of my dogs that I had
yeah,
sent to
that's
a
right.
customer service rep while I was just chatting with her online about trying to return an item that wasn't going to work because it was too small. And she said, "Oh, just donate it, and we'll refund you the money. Just donate it to a shelter." And that was something they did that like really won everybody's hearts. And
Mm-hmm.
oh, what do your dogs look like? And so I sent her over the chat app, a picture of each of my dogs, and like about a month later, I get these two beautiful, professionally done oil paintings, miniatures.
Wow.
To my dogs. So yeah. So they did really cool stuff like that, and they still
Yeah.
do stuff like that. If your dog dies and you tell the customer service agent, "I need to return this because my dog, I had to put him to sleep," they will send you flowers. So they still do nice stuff like that. But that's only because PetSmart was smart enough to not make a big production out of the fact that they acquired the business and try to, make it just like PetSmart. They left it as Chewy's, but he
Yeah.
still sold it, and that bothered people. It was a loyalty thing. It was
Well,
like everybody felt like they were kind of cashing
yeah, and he sold out. You could say it that way, right? He sold out instead of,
he's doing what's best for him,
mhm,
and he always
right.
will.
Which
And now he's
which
got
I
a
would
bunch of
say,
people who are running around not knowing what to do.
yeah, and I would say,
Stepped in to say, "I know what to do. I'll do what's good for me," and you guys just say yes.
yeah, right. So, um, yeah, and that's, at the end of the day, Adam Aaron's doing what's best for Adam Aaron on some level too, and I think, most people are to some degree. But the problem is that I see here is not with that necessarily. It's with the perception. Like I don't know if you heard earlier when I mentioned it when Marantz was saying like, oh, I'm with Ryan Cohen. He's the man, and he can da da da. It's like, no, you've elevated this. You put this person into a mythical status now. He's no longer a man. He has this mythical, like, mythological sort of like reputation that precedes him. And no, like it doesn't matter if it's who it is. If the company is shit, what are you going to do? Like, so that to me is concerning that you have so many people who believe in that kind of thing to where, oh yeah, it just takes like the old uh uh talking about like Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or people like this. Yes, they had a vision and they were brilliant at what they did, but did they single-handedly do it all? Did Steve Jobs write every line of code? All that? No. And that's not their job to do that. But they assembled a team that could do it, and that was the point, really, is that I think great leaders bring people together that can make the vision happen. I'm not getting that. I don't get that from Ryan Cohen. I just get like I don't know. He's a little smarmy or something. Like, uh, he's a young billionaire. I mean, what's not to hate? Honestly, what's not to fucking hate?
Is that too? Um, I just
Yeah.
like to know whose call it was to cancel the earnings call. Like who made that decision?
Well,
Because
Model
they're
3
the one that
dudes.
needs to be fired.
Model 3 dude says that he thinks they wanted to do it after the earnings, but Matt said, "Fuck you, terminate me now, and do whatever you want."
Right on, Matt. Good.
So,
Good for him. That's
well, that's what
I
he,
would have done.
that's what Model 3 dude is speculating. But I mean, that could be,
And
that
then
very well
he
could
can
be.
say the hell with you guys. Like
Right.
yeah. If you're gonna fire me, just do it and get it over with and
Right.
get my input.
You want me to do an earnings call knowing that, like, that would be weird. I mean, and the thing is, like, Morant said, wait until Ryan talks. Wait until we hear Ryan speak. And then Manny said, Ryan Cohen doesn't speak. Like, he doesn't, I don't know if we've ever heard him. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard him give a speech or anything.
He's like Elon. He gives cryptic tweets.
Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Or you tweet a picture of like a coffee cup or something. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Right. And then, And he knows how that's going to be interpreted too. That's the thing that kills me. They know, and so does Adam Aaron. They know that this group of people is the most conspiratorial group that they could imagine. And so, you know, when Ryan Cohen or Adam Aaron tweets some shit, like they know it's going to be misinterpreted. It's irresponsible to even do it. Right. Yeah. Or, you know, the short sellers are wrong. Oh, he said wrong 3 times. So that means that they sold the float 3 times. Like what? No, it doesn't mean that. So
yeah, I'll tell you what, those guys are the puppet masters.
Yeah.
And the investors are the puppets. And they're making
Yeah.
everybody dance like marionettes, and they're laughing the whole time. And you know, that's the thing about a narcissistic personality. You never see it coming. You never see it until you're already in too deep to you know, hopefully you can make a quick exit. But a lot of times, by then it's like, oh geez.
It's true. It is really insidious, isn't it? It's insidious like that, where, you know, it just yeah. And by the time you realize it, they've got their tentacles wrapped around you.
Yeah, and your wallet is in their pocket.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
They are the social media influencers, if you want to, you know, be frank about it. Those guys are the social media influencers. They can do it with just, you know, 2 sentences in a tweet on a Wednesday at 3 p.m. It's like just out of the blue.
Right.
So they're the ringmaster, they're the puppet master, they're the influencer, and they're leading people around by the nose, and everybody thinks, oh, they're such great guys, and they're so clever, and they're so, you know, they know how to make it work. Well, they know how to make it work for them. You know, a lot of other people, and even the business itself gets kind of trashed in the process of that happening. Oh, well, there'll be another one. There's many corporations out there to to go influence and direct.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Bankrupt.
Yeah, right.
Put your name and your handprints all over, which is really what they want to do more than anything. And you know, I've worked for a lot of CEOs, and I've seen common threads in pretty much all of them, and the narcissistic traits and the need to control the narrative and to control everybody around them and to ultimately come out on the top of the dog pile is one that's very consistent. So, you know, there's
it's
I don't know his name, but
which was CEO?
You know, the one who just got sacked.
Furlong. Yeah, Ryan or Matt Furlong.
Matt Furlong. Okay, well, I hope that he hits up some business journals, you know, and spills the beans on what went down. He may be prohibited from doing that because of non-disclosure agreements, but depending on how they stacked him and what state that took, you know, had precedence in, you know, he may be free to talk. Because the crowd that's running the show now, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even consider that, you know, if sacking him voided any non-disclosure agreements, and now he can go to, you know, Wall Street Journal or CNN and tell his side of the story.
Yeah.
So most people probably don't want to hear it because that's not what's interesting. You know, what's interesting is Ryan Cohen stepping in to save the day like Superman. That's what's interesting.
Right, exactly, which is a myth.
Actual businessman. Yeah. What's not interesting is an actual businessman who knew what he was doing, talking about the boring details of running a business day to day, and then getting canned right before an earnings call that was, you know, then didn't happen.
Yeah, right. I mean, and let's see. Manny says GME knew their numbers were bad months ago. I mean, and they probably knew them. Yeah, they knew that they were bad last quarter when they did some creative accounting or disposed of some inventory or didn't allow their inventory to be replenished so that they could report a, you know, a lower cost of goods sold, you know, which would boost their earnings per share into positive or whatever. So, I mean, because if you look at that, you look at that report, it's clear. Based on everything else, it's clear that some trickery was done because the rest of the numbers are shit. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I wonder. Well, I wonder a few things. How long had this? Have they been planning on this? It's you know, did they plan on canceling the earnings call before and just waited until they released it to avoid, speculation and, a sell-off on the stock, you know, because it would be like a, negative sort of like anticipation. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's just,
Well, a canceled earnings call should set off fire alarms for people.
yeah, yeah, right. I mean, it's a chicken or egg thing. And it's like having canceling the earnings call ahead of time, would spark a sell-off. But then you just wait until you put out shitty earnings and cancel the earnings call, and it sparks a sell-off. So, like it's just, or six or half a dozen.
They would have known. They would have had a clue as to what the earnings call would be because there's something called a forecast that you do in business.
Right. Yeah.
You base it on your historical previous data going back so many quarters and, how that has played out across
taking into account the economic trends and the strength of the dollar and everything that's going on. Yeah.
All that
right.
stuff is quant analyzed down to the last penny, But
yeah.
What this really reminds me of is like in the 70s, we used to do this thing and it was very politically incorrect, although it wasn't politically incorrect at the time because nobody even knew what that meant. But
True.
this thing called a Chinese fire drill. So a car full of people.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And everybody would get out and like run around the car a bunch of times.
Yes.
Jump back in the car before it turned green and the driver took off. And if you weren't in the car, you got left behind.
I'm imagining you doing that in a VW Bug for some reason. I'm imagining.
VW bus, actually.
Oh, a bus. Yeah.
People.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of what this reminds me of. It's like the business equivalent of the Chinese fire drill.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you couldn't call it a Chinese fire drill anymore. You'd have to call it like an Asian.
Well, in the spirit of the Big Lebowski, I'll say, Chinaman is not it's not the Chinaman's not the preferred nomenclature. It's Asian American, please. Anyway.
Yeah. American fire drill, or just a fire drill.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Doesn't sound as interesting, but anyway.
Yeah, we did that in the 90s.
They're all running away. Yeah, good. I'm glad. So
yeah, we did that.
Now it would be too dangerous to do. Probably.
True.
But, back then it was a good time.
Yeah.
But I think that they are really probably freaking out a little bit because what excuse do you have other than something catastrophic happening? I mean, really catastrophic to cancel your earnings call. Come on, that's just like telling your investors, oh yeah, well, nope. You don't really need to know what's going on behind.
Right. And of course, then before I turned Marantz off when I was driving earlier, he was saying stuff like, well, just that this means he has a plan, and this means that he's gonna da da da, and this means that, and this means da da da, and just wait until we hear. And it's like, yeah, and I don't even care about the earnings call. I want to know what Ryan's gonna do. And it's like, oh my, first of all, like, Jesus, it's like
a bunch of stock options and then sell them and then bail, probably something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I mean, good point. How much stock is he getting for free out of this thing? And yeah, there'll probably be a pump.
His compensation may be all in stock.
It may be. So yeah, there probably will be a pump at some point, of course. And that's, we've already seen him do it once. He's already done it once. He's already done it once that like in the last year. So, I mean, like, and that shit to me too is like, it's still like, that's just a slimy fucking deal. So.
But it worked. It was a slimy deal.
It worked. And now Bed Bath & Beyond is going bankrupt, going bye-bye, you know? I mean, I'm not saying it's because of that. I'm not making that link, but I'm just like, it's just, no, I'm sure it didn't. I mean, certainly didn't, like, in terms of the stock, because after that, I mean, it was, you know, a race to the bottom. Anyway,
I knew it was game over when Big Lots was taking Bed Bath & Beyond coupons.
yeah, and they stopped taking those coupons earlier in May sometime. I read the other day.
The fact they did it at all was like, that was just like, that was just like the slap in the face. Like,
Yeah, I mean, and I was reading an article that was like, the article title was like, Bed Bath & Beyond is going bankrupt, and some customers are, reportedly being disrespectful to the employees or something like that. And I was reading it, and it talked about how they discontinued the coupons in May at some point, I think halfway through. But people were coming in after that who didn't know that they weren't taking them. So they expected to use the coupons, and they couldn't use the coupons. And they were saying shit like, "Oh, well, I'm glad you're losing your job," and shit like that. Like, it was a very odd article, but I read it because I wanted to get a sense of like what's happening there. And yeah, it's not good apparently. But
well, Bed Bath & Beyond coupons never expired, so you could bring in a coupon from 3 years ago.
well,
They would honor it.
there's a first time for everything.
In one script. Yeah.
First time for everything. Now you got Bed Bath & Beyond coupons that cannot be redeemed. It's almost like those MMTLP people. They have shares that they can't sell. So they're essentially worthless. But they have a value. It says
close your position. Maybe you can't even close it. Huh?
No, they MMTLP is because they halted trading. They literally, the ticker doesn't exist anymore. So
it's just dead.
It's dead. Yeah, and so people were holding. What happened basically, as far as I can tell, was, and we just shifted gears here. That's fine. That they announced that it was going to be halted on, or that it was going to be deleted from the exchange on December 13th, I think. So everybody was thinking, okay, that's the last day that we can trade it. But because there's a 2-day settlement, right? 2-day settlement. You don't know where everything lands in everybody's accounts until 2 days after, the trade takes place. So it was actually, and I think there was a weekend involved. So I think it was I think it might have been like the 8th or 9th or something. That was effectively the last day that it could trade. In order for it to settle, before they deleted it. So you got a bunch of people that were still trading it on the 9th, 10th, 11th, or, those days leading up to the day that it was to be deleted. Those shares never settled. So yes, they're stuck. And of course they're blaming everybody else, and they want FINRA to allow them to have 2 days of trading. And it's like, well, you didn't understand the way that the system works. And this is a crucial point to why we even talk about this shit, honestly, is because knowing something like that, you would probably have thought, okay, well, they're racing it on that day, but settlement, I don't think I want to trade it after this day. I think to be safe, I'm just gonna whatever. That wasn't even on their radar at all. So they're just totally screwed as far as I can tell.
I wonder
But
if that was put out in writing by the company, or if it was just
did not mention.
lost over that part.
No, they didn't mention it, as far as I could tell from everything I've read. But it's one of those things where people like John Berta, Berta, the real one, not the fake one.
Yeah.
People like that, those guys, they knew that. They understood that much about it because they dumped in time. Berta's not stuck. The other executive, they're not stuck. Those guys cashed out like to a sweet tune, millions of dollars. But all these people on Twitter are stuck because they didn't know, because they're not people that are experienced at all in the market, or like having ever dealt with one of these spin-offs or dividends or OTC type shit. These low micro cap, whatever, these low float, whatever stocks. So like that's the part really that's the insidious part there to me, was that like Berta is gaslighting and grifting on this. Like he's, calling for fairness and all this shit, but he sold like for a profit. So what the fuck? Like it doesn't make any sense. He understood. Ron says $29 million sold by investors. 29 million was sold by investors. Insiders. I'm sorry, insiders.
He's got some cojones to still be around. Like showing
Okay.
his face or showing his Twitter profile. He's got some cojones.
Manny says that they still, Berta and other executives do still own shares, possibly to avoid investigations. So
Or for a tax write-off.
I guess, or some kind of, they did sell, but they kept some shares. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, just because they kept some shares, I mean, you didn't have to sell it before it was deleted, and because it was changing into this NextBridge Hydrocarbons spin-off company, and you were to have the shares of MMTLP were to be basically converted or assumed into it was private, though, was not tradable. It wouldn't have been tradable, but it would have been like a piece of ownership equity in this private company that's going forward. So you didn't have to sell it. You could have kept it and just taken the equity in the new company, and then if that traded at any point, you would have that much, equity in terms of shares or whatever. So you didn't have to sell it, but they were hoping for a short squeeze, and they knew that it was going to stop trading at that point. So they made, a dozen assumptions and then fucked it up, basically, the retail investors.
Yeah. They missed their chance to get a nice piece of paper on fancy, laser paper with like some silver.
Well,
that says I have equity in this company that isn't worth shit.
If they didn't sell, though, they would still have that opportunity because they would still get that, their positions were still in their accounts. So I would think that it would still be valid to whatever the spinoff, if it even happens. I mean, who knows? I mean, all these things, basically, what all of that is anyway. All it is like drilling rights on a parcel of land in Texas. That's what the whole thing is about there with that. That's what actually the company is basically this land in Texas that supposedly has a lot of natural gas and oil in it, and they have exclusive rights to it, and that's what NextBridge Hydrocarbons basically is, as far as I can tell. I mean, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if they even understand what it is. I don't think they do. There's no way. I would say if you asked most MMTLP people, like, okay, so what actually is it? What do they do? Or what is this thing? NextBridge, whatever, MMTLP. I don't think they'd be able to tell you. Oh, it's oil and gas, I think. Something to do with oil. It's energy. It's an energy company. I guess they're not wrong. But I mean,
Texas is not one big tar pit. It's not. There's not oil under the entire every square inch of the state.
I'm not sure exactly. Was it Torchlight? Was it Torchlight that was?
They even did exploration yet.
Let's see.
Or if they were just kind of like doing a Hail Mary oil well kind of play.
Yeah. Where was I reading? I might have been in one of the filings.
So really what you just told me is really the most that I that I know about it. You know,
Yeah, that's essentially
wanting their 2 trading days back, but I didn't really understand why.
that's essentially, as far as I could piece it together, like trying to, because I know what they say. I know what Tony, uh, you know, is that what you're saying? I know what he thinks. I know what those guys are preaching, and um, but I mean, obviously, well, I don't want to say it that way, but usually there's, some kind of, you actually just follow the evidence and like, what can I actually show with any data? There's usually, like some kind of parallel reality where everything actually makes sense, and everything is documented and by the book, basically. And these guys over here are just ignorant. They just don't know. They have no clue because they listen to a bunch of people on YouTube and Twitter.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a terrible place to get your news. It really is.
let's see.
That's very sad, though. They would have been better off, like, holding this time. Really, this time it would have made sense to hold on for dear life, okay, and let the company roll over and be delisted, and then become a new company instead of
Yeah,
trying to get out and
well,
ending up with nothing.
like I said, they'll I guess they'll see, because I don't see I don't think there's no way they'll add 2 days of trading. It makes no sense because everything, as far as I could tell, like, it wasn't nefarious in any way. So why would they do that? And also, that's not, you can't say, okay, we're just gonna have 2 special days of creating this thing, like, because people on one side are going to expect one thing to happen, and it's just going to be a mess. It just be a total disaster. I mean,
You set a precedent. You set a precedent, and that's the
true.
disaster.
Yeah.
Precedent.
Well, and it's not operating under a rule of law. It's operating on like a ad hoc, case by case. Oh, let's listen to these emotional appeals and then make a decision. Like, that's the wrong basis for that shit to happen, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's not. There's not nothing to debate, really. Like, what is the problem? Like, I don't know. But here's what it says in the document in the SEC filing. It says, um, Next Bridge Hydrocarbons entered into a agreement, plan of merger. Um, let's see, among Hudspeth Operating LLC, a Texas limited liability company and wholly owned subsidiary of Wolfbone Investments, McCabe Petroleum, and Gregory McCabe, the sole owner of Wolfbone and um, McCabe Petroleum. The merger agreement contemplated a series of transactions occurring: the oil and natural gas leases, the lands covered by such leases, cooling and communitization agreements, rights of way, the surface estate of lands and wells located in the Oro Grande project. That's what it is, Oro Grande. Um, it's in Hudspeth County, Texas. Um, and so uh, became effective in April of this year. Closing of the merger happened in May 11th. So that's what it is. Oro Grande. Yeah. So oil and gas leases, the land above the ground, I guess, or the ground itself, um, and all the rights of way and shit like that around the properties. So, and then it says that they issued, and of course, Greg McCabe got paid, and he got 56 million shares. Um, but yeah. Anyway, well, I guess, like I said, if they are still holding on to it, if they did sell it, um, presumably then, if it does turn into that and a private company, maybe they'll maybe it'll be worth more later. I don't know. Manny says summer exploration, they might have oil, lots of debt, doesn't produce oil. So kind of like Wyckoff mining, you know, they got, oh, it's a great opportunity, guys. We got this largest silver mine in the United States. Well, maybe, in some metrics.
As soon as they open it.
Right.
As soon as they open it.
In terms of production, like, I no. Maybe in terms of what's down in the ground, what we think is down in the ground. Let's say that. We don't know it's there, but we think it. We're pretty sure. Trust us, bro.
Well, you know, the interesting word that I heard at the beginning of what you just read about the torchlight thing was contemplate.
Right. Yeah. Right. It contemplated a series of things happening. Oh, okay.
So they sat around and thought about it, talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really prove it out or take action on it, but they thought about it and talked about it and went, potentially this could have, you know, A, B, C, D, E.
Okay. So
there wasn't any proof.
The press release from May 16th says NextBridge Hydrocarbons, private oil and gas exploration and production company with interests in Texas and Oklahoma, announced today that it closed a previously announced transaction contemplated by that certain agreement and plan of merger dated December 21st, 2022, along certain subsidiaries of NextBridge, Wolfbone, McCabe Petroleum, yada, 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 yada. So that's something between, this is between NextBridge Hydrocarbons, which is the thing that we were talking about, and this McCabe guy. So like this is the holding company acquiring rights, you know, actually acquiring the drilling and land use rights, you know, after it's been spun out of MMT of Meta Materials, as far as I can tell. So maybe NextBridge had, you know, some stuff, and I guess that's what John Berta was involved with before. So what the press release that I just want to clarify, the press release that I'm reading here is NextBridge Hydrocarbons closing a deal with, you know, with another owner or another you know, producer who has the rights, you know, to this land. So it's not necessarily related to the halt of trading. It's just it's another deal that happened after that happened. You know, if you in this, you know, it's them doing another deal with somebody else basically after they've been spun out.
You know,
but I'm just trying to get a sense of what they do.
Yeah, but it sounds like a bunch of rich guys sitting around figuring out how they're going to get a little bit richer.
But yeah, you know, I mean, that's I got that sense from Berta, but you know, I just started looking in. I just really just started like actually doing stuff like this, like just trying to figure out what the hell is going on, like in general, like not just their stupid trading halt in 2 days and FINRA and all that crap, because that's just all garbage. I mean, but I just started reading about it and, you know, doing any research like a week or two ago. So I don't really know that much. And I probably got some of the stuff wrong that I said, like technicalities. But at the end of the day, you know, that matters less to me than actually just having a grasp of the entire situation. Like these guys, like Tony, you know, is that what you're saying? They're not concerned about that at all. They're just there to speculate. You know, they're just there to gamble, but they didn't understand the rules of crap. They didn't understand how the craps table worked before they went up and put their money on like one of a couple, three, you know, bets that are pretty much guaranteed losers. You know, like there's some shit, and again, I don't know that much about craps, but I know enough to know that there's a few bets that really there's no reason to play, you know. So that's what they did. They went at the craps table, and I wish I knew what I could actually say what it. You know how to play craps? I don't know.
You know, it's been a long time since I've played craps, so I wouldn't speak on it
Yeah.
because I would probably speak incorrectly.
It was one of those boredoms in the pandemic.
Say Black 13.
Yeah, right. It was one of those boredom rabbit holes like during the pandemic. Like I started learning about just the different casino games and I was like craps. Oh, I've always how do you what is craps? Like and so I just found a channel on YouTube that just like they take a very mathematical probabilistic approach to the casino. So they're looking at, okay, which games have like better odds? Which games are pretty much like the house has an advantage that it's hard to overcome. Or what can we do strategy wise, like blackjack strategy and stuff like that. Like if you follow it, there's a certain percentages time that you will win. You know, it's kind of like a lot of almost in some ways like trading in some ways. Like you can take a very mechanical, methodical approach and have you will have some success, but you'll also lose. It's just the ratio of winning to losing.
Percentages, yeah.
Yeah,
Percentages and
right. Like a lot of the stuff that Tasty Trade talks about and Tom Sosnoff and well, really almost their whole approach is based on stuff like that. Okay, we know based on 20 years of data that if you do this, this will probably happen, if this happens. So if you do this and one of these three outcomes occur, we know the percentage of like how that will work out. And so they base their whole strategy on probabilities, which is really what all of this, all of finance is anyway, really. You can't, I mean, we don't know. Well, we have a forecast. When I'm sure you're absolutely right. And it's probably that, this stuff it probably is most of the time pretty decent. But also you do have anomalies. Like, I mean, the big one would be like the pandemic, wars, or just political, whatever's happening right now. The smoke, you see that, like the wildfire smoke intrusion into the Northeast. Um, oh my God, it's an Amber
I did
Alert.
see that the Canadian wildfires, right?
Yeah, Canadian wildfires. We've got a little bit here. It's not too bad, but I did notice it today when I was out. But like, oh my gosh, I mean, in New York City, um, there's some. I'm pulling up. I'm gonna pull up an image here. Yeah, like, I mean, it kind of looks like I want to say it looks it looks like Mad Max. Yeah. I got it on the stream here. I mean, it looks really hazy. Like, and I'll share it on Telegram here too. But yeah, Dust Bowl or something.
I was going to say, just flipping back to the mergers and acquisitions and,
Yeah.
and how that all plays out, it's extremely complicated. And
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
understanding of it is like, the head of a pin. I think it's up there with commercial real estate transactions in terms of how complicated it is and how many entities can be involved and how the structures can be set up. And, it's almost unlimited in how you can put the little puzzle pieces together to form, your final corporation.
Yeah.
So it's complicated stuff, and it's not for
Yeah.
amateurs to enter into, either
Right.
for trading on or for trying to form such a
Yeah.
business. It's really, things can go horribly, terribly wrong that you would never even guess. And
Right. And
depending on other parties being cooperative and not backing out at the last minute or changing the terms of the agreement, right?
Oh, yeah.
To sign on the dotted line. So there's all kinds of factors that make it extremely complex.
And there's also just a lot of things that I mean, I completely agree with your point. I think that's so important too. Like, you have to know the context of things and understand how your relationship to that. So I'm not a corporate person. I've, I haven't worked in a lot of like large corporations. I'm never been an executive. So, I'm an employee. So there's a lot of shit that I don't know about how that stuff works. And like you're saying, real estate transactions, mergers and acquisitions, even just like um, stuff like private equity and debt financing and all that kind of stuff. I don't really understand it too well. Um, but certainly like uh, mergers and acquisitions, and even stuff like that, like we're going to delete this ticker, so you have to know that you won't be able to trade it a certain day, all stuff like that. There's just a lot of stuff that, especially if, these people, these people, retail investors or just the general public at large is fairly uneducated, so not, I mean, as any type
Why
of
would you know
insult
that if you
or
don't
anything.
work in it?
Right.
Why would you know
Yeah.
it if you don't need to know
Well,
it? It's one of
that's
those
what
things.
yeah.
Why would you
Right.
commit your brain power to it? Because it's so complicated. And if you're
Well,
not doing it and you're not in that world,
yeah.
you
Just to
wouldn't
say,
know it.
most people aren't in those situations. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Most people are not doing M&A. They're not doing real. They might buy a house. Like that's the most, that they do, or they buy some property. But, they're not doing complex corporate, you know, shit that takes teams of lawyers, to draft and is negotiated and all this stuff with public companies. I mean, that throws a whole other that's all disclosed and follows, securities regulations. So yeah. And for people like me and or like retail investors in general to expect to be able to understand all of it and and that's one thing. I don't expect to understand all of it. So you are going to be trusting someone or, yourself, your own understanding to help you understand it. But then like not only to expect to understand how it works and be able to predict what it's going to do to the company or the stock price, but then to get mad and pissy and blame everybody else and blame the system and blame, the regulators and blame this and blame the president and whoever, blame the market, Ken Griffin. I mean, don't forget about him. Um, blame all these people when at the end of the day, you didn't understand a fraction of what it actually was. And but you don't even seemingly think that that's even important or that you even should. Like, it blows my mind. Like, just the arrogance, the entitlement, the, like, all of those things, narcissism of just thinking that you could game the system, really. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. You think that you could understand all of this shit better in learning it in like a 6 month or whatever period than like people whose 20 plus years career has been on working in this field or working in this area of finance or whatever, or Ken Griffin or and has been, not only do they understand it, they are fucking good and have gotten better over a 30-year period. So like, you as an amateur, me as an amateur, you know, if you want to put it bluntly, like I don't stand a chance, really, if it comes down to it. Like, there's no way. It'd be like saying, okay, Scott, you have to defend this defendant. You're going to be a lawyer today. Oh, okay. I I've seen Liar Liar and My Cousin Vinny, but then whatever. Uh, and I've watched a lot of Judge Judy and the People's Court back in the day, but I couldn't, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. And I certainly, wouldn't expect to get paid and and I certainly wouldn't get pissed and blame everybody else when I fucked up and my client went to jail, for life, and he was actually innocent. But and I'm not a lawyer, so how can you expect me to actually defend this guy? So
And
it's such it's So crazy. It's just so crazy that people could have this level of. Mm-hmm.
It is, because behind the scenes on even the most basic merger and acquisition deal, okay,
Mm-hmm.
there are hours and hours, and I'm talking like 100 hours, maybe 200 hours of meetings and phone calls and emails between
Mm-hmm.
lawyers who bill out at $850 an hour to
Right.
make these things go off seamlessly. That's the kind of skill and ability and knowledge and experience that it takes. So if you get into one of these situations and it's being done by guys who think they know more than they really do and don't have the experience and can't see, the pitfalls coming down the road,
Yep.
then yeah, there's so many opportunities for things to go sideways in so many different ways.
Well, and there's also, and let me just throw this. Right. There's also so many opportunities for them to get scammed. Like, and I'm not like saying like in an illegal way, but if you don't know the idiomatic ins and outs of a like of a deal or the industry that you're doing a deal in, or business in general, or if you think that you should, if if you think that you should overpay for something so that pumps the price higher. For example, that's one of the things that the apes have said many times. Like, oh, Adam Aaron should go buy shares higher than the asking price so that that will pump the price up and it'll, instill confidence in the investors. And it's like, but you don't, why would it, that's not like, if people did that, like, capitalism ceases to work when people care about what price they fucking pay for shit. Like that is the most absurd shit I have ever heard. Like honestly, like that's not like you need to review the basics of trade in general. Like how like trading works in general. Like it's there has to be a benefit. Like it just blows my mind that there's that lack of basic understanding of business. Like buy something for $1, sell it for $2, and rinse and repeat, and do that many times. You know, at the end of the day, you're trying to actually make money, and the company is trying to actually make money, like now or closer to now than some nebulous, like, oh yeah, free beer tomorrow type of deal. Like, and that's what it's been the whole time. But yeah, that's where people can get taken, for lack of a better term, taken to the cleaners, whatever. It's not that it's illegal or anything. They just didn't understand, you know, or like, uh, I don't know. It's
It's
like,
a confidence scam, it's
yeah, exactly. Yes, yes. It's a confidence. It's a confidence-based scam, absolutely. And it's like, and at the end of the day, you willingly gave your money. You willingly handed over your money to someone who, you know, you know, you're not going to get it back from, um, because of misplaced confidence, false confidence. And sometimes, sometimes that's, uh, sometimes that's, tortious or even criminal, maybe. Like there could be some type of litigation, I think, maybe sometimes, but by and large, it's like, well, no, you went into the craps table without understanding it. So how are we gonna? What do you want us to do? You want us to you want us to give you your money back? Well, you realize if we gave everybody their money back who lost money, we wouldn't be in business. So it cannot work this way, is what I'm saying, and it won't
it can't.
ultimately.
People need to remember too that the only way that you can profit from buying something for $1 and selling it for $2, and then buying it for $1.50 and selling it for $3, you have to have other people out there who think it's worth $2.
Yep. Right.
If you buy something for $1 and you try to sell it for $2, and everyone says that's not even worth $1, I'll give you 50 cents for it.
Right.
then it's not going to work out so well, is it?
It's not going to work out so well. No. And that's what you got going on right now. You had people who bought something for $60 and can't get 5 for it. I mean,
So,
that's
if they can find a way to make everyone else think that it's worth $60, they might have a chance of recouping their money. Barring that,
Yep.
sorry, unless you can find a buyer, it doesn't matter what you paid for it.
right.
It doesn't matter what you paid for it. It's
Well,
what the other person thinks it's worth.
exactly. And like I've said many times before, like they want to say, the apes want to say, like, oh, these shares are worth $100 easily. They're worth $1,000, $5,000, whatever, all the way on up.
To me,
Not to you. And is it really worth that to them too? Like, would they be willing to buy it at that price? Oh, no. No, they're not going to buy it at that price. They want somebody else to buy it at that price. But they won't do it.
They got a deal at 60, so they're not going.
Right.
They wouldn't pay 100 for it.
They wouldn't pay 100 for it. But they think that literally think that there's somebody out there, a fool out there, that wants to pay $100 because they have to. And that's the bit, is because they will have to. They will be forced to. They'll be forced to cover their positions. They'll be forced to close their losing trades. And when you look at like GameStop from its peak on January 2021 to now, it's down 78%, which is actually not that bad when you compare it to AMC, which from its peak down to now is down 90%, 89%.
Except it never should have been up 78% to begin with.
Well, yeah, and if you want to talk about what it was up, oh man, you want to talk about from January 2021 to the peak, it was up 3,200%. I mean, so
$400 a share at some point.
I'm on AMC now. AMC went from $1.34 on January 5th, 2021, went from $1.34 to, and this is the adjusted price, so it was really more than that, but it went from $1.34 to $44. That's 72, really. That's the 72 on June 2nd, which is 3,200%. I mean, that's a 3,200% rise from basically a penny stock to, something that was, way overvalued. GameStop was up 4,000%, 4,100% from November 2020 at $2.81 all the way up to $120, which is the 400, I think, that it did hit. But it got split it was a 4-to-1 split. So it was actually like close to 500 then, I guess. I forget. But
well, it was crazy times, because if you click on my YouTube avatar, it's a screenshot, an actual screenshot from my Webull trading account right at peak madness, when my account was up like 138,000%.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah. You can click on it, you can see. So that's real. That's not Photoshop. That was a real I could hardly believe it myself.
Right.
But it was peak absurdity. But yeah, the problem is,
really was.
Something is up 78%. Is there a reason for it being up 78%? What is that reason?
That's it.
For it to be down 78% at some point in the future, because everybody realizes that it's not worth what it cost right now.
Right.
And everyone walks away from it, and then price drops. Consumers drive price. They stop.
Yeah.
Buying.
So the thing
has to drop the price, or they're stuck with the inventory. So it's.
Yeah. Right. Yep. So you mentioned being up percentage and then down at percentage, whatever. But and one of the things, and actually Manuel put this in the finance chat once, I think, and I might have highlighted this before, but I'm trying to find a good version of it here that's large enough. But it's let's see, put this over in Telegram too. It's a chart that's like it's percentage, the percentage that you need to the percentage gain needed to recover a loss. And this is for SPACs, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. So if you go down, if you lose 10%, for example, you actually need to make then. So you're down 10%. You have this starting amount. You're down 10%. So now you have this intermediate amount. From that point, you need to make 11% in order to get back to the 10%, to recover the 10% that you lost. And that just keeps increasing. So if you're down 20%, you need a 25% increase. If you're down 50%, you need a 100% increase to recover that 50% loss. So what is the likelihood of a 100% increase, after a 50% loss is kind of the thing. So it takes more percentage to recover a percentage loss. In other words, basically, it takes more than if you're down, if you're down 100%, if you're down 60%, you need to make 150% in order to get that back, because now you have a smaller amount. It's a percentage of a smaller amount, basically. So, but I mean, it doesn't matter, because that's still, now that's what your account shows. So, like, this is one other thing it's a endemic, I think, in society. People don't understand percentages at all, I don't think, by and large.
And when you're caught up in the moment of trading, you don't stop and think, well, okay,
No.
let's do the math here. It's, and then again, it's, your emotions get the better of you, and you get caught up in the moment. And that's why, I don't think that anybody should ever beat themselves up for getting scammed the first time.
Mm-hmm.
The second time,
Oh, yeah.
Have at yourself.
Right.
Have at yourself.
Yeah.
Everybody gets one pass, because we're just not,
for sure.
We're not taught in school to think that way, to think about compounding and percentages, and
Yeah.
what it takes to offset a loss, and that it's not, if you lose 10%, you don't just need to make back 10%. That's not going to get you where you were. So
Right.
you're never going to feel like you're caught up unless you're prepared to recoup more than you lost.
Yeah.
Which makes the setback seem even
Yep.
more painful.
Right. And that's, and then you could really tie in the gambler's fallacy here too, and that's been, I think, certainly at work here, with a lot of this stuff. I mean, both kind of iterations, like, it's been down so much, it's got to come up, like I've lost so much, I've got to win. And also, okay, I'm just going to keep doubling down, because now I need to make more in order to recover what I've already lost. And you just end up digging yourself, even deeper, which I, have to imagine a lot of people have done. But yeah, Manny says that the chart that I was showing of AMC doesn't show the dilution. Um, uh, doesn't show the dilution, massive dilution. AMC went to 72 with approximately less than 300 million shares. Now they're approximately 2 billion. So yeah, I mean, approximately. Yep, and this is a weekly, so I could probably do it better on daily, but because this might have been. So yeah, I mean, that run up happened, during this dilutive period here, but the number of shares was way less. So now, yeah, now you're pushing 2 billion shares, and the stock is way down. The market cap would, like, if it was still that overvalued at 72 or whatever the equivalent is now, but let's say 72 here in June 2021. I mean, the market cap would be like an insane amount. And I know the apes are saying, well, the market cap during a short squeeze shoots through the roof and blah, 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 blah. Okay. But still, like, where is that money coming from? Who is paying these prices for these shares? Again, you wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. And everybody knows it's overvalued. So that's why, I mean, at the end of the day, why would you short a stock is because I'm going to borrow these overvalued shares because I know they're overvalued and they're going to go down and I'm going to make money on that, which is exactly what happened here. And so really it's an illustration of the way that everything is supposed to work in that sense. You had a speculative mania that took over, and for whatever reason, through whatever means, options and short squeeze, whatever, but you had something that like became exuberant, irrationally exuberant, and that it hooked a lot of people. They got caught in overhead supply, and they're fucked. I mean, they're just done. There's nothing. What are you going to do? Probably not sell and just hope. You've already lost 95+%. But then people, the real regulators or the real police of sheriff of the market, the short sellers realized this, just like they realized, hey, everything's closing down. These stores aren't going to be taking people's money. What's going to happen? They're going to go through the fucking floor. So let's make money off of that. Let's bet on that and get, and get richer. Same thing happened here. Everybody knows it's overvalued. That's a point, literally was a point when AMC was not even most of I think no, that was 2021. The vaccines hadn't even come out yet. They were coming out at that time, I think. Yeah, they were out. Maybe they came out that summer. Yeah, whatever. They weren't open. They literally were not operating most of their locations. So, and their earnings loss was, it was 87 cents a share, and that can't be right. Maybe it is. But this is around the period where how did they have this much revenue? How did they have 148 million in revenue? And that I don't know how they did in that time. But that's very low. But I mean, yeah, they were losing. At one point they were, their earnings before that they were lost almost $4 a share. So their earnings were shit. They weren't they were bringing in like 1/10 of the revenue, or lower, because they just weren't they weren't operating. So clearly this is not real. It's not a real value that's viable. So you're in this business to make money, and you have different tools to do that. So if you're a carpenter and I have to build a cabinet today, I need these tools or whatever. I'm going to make this joint between these pieces of wood. Then I'm going to pull out that tool and or use these screws or whatever. So I'm going to use my tool called short selling here and say, all right, yeah, this is some kind of mania here took over, but the company itself is not in good shape. They're closed because of the pandemic. They're diluting their sharehold. They've added, they've quadrupled the 4x the float here in the 6-month period. Like clearly this thing is not going to hold. And that's what we've seen play out over the last 2 years that you and I have known each other and been talking about this stuff. And it's just like, man, why aren't we rich right now? We should be rich. We knew that. We called this. It takes money to make money.
Well, exactly. That's just it. And my 132,000% increase in my Webull account, didn't amount to all that much because there wasn't that much in there,
Yeah.
So, but that's how it is.
Yep.
And I'll
Sure
tell you a
is.
little story real quick.
Yep.
My mom was she had a high rollers suite at Caesars, and they would send her cases of champagne. They would send her limousines to pick her up in San Diego and bring her, to the casino. And so I've been around a fair amount of gambling and, done some myself. But one thing that no gambler will ever tell you is how much it costs them to get that win.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you can make it appear however you want to, I guess, but at the end of the day, you don't know. And
It's real easy to talk about the big score at the table or at the slot machine or in the stock market, but how many times did you have to try before you got that?
I'll tell you what,
How much did you leave on the table before you went home with something in your pocket?
right. They say that, like, I guess it's like Wall Street traders, old school, whatever. They say, they say, whatever. They say that traders remember, they rarely remember their wins, actually. Like, and I'm not talking legitimate traders, not apes and whatever, these, us, me, but like, people that are actually, do this for real, that they tend not to remember their wins, but they remember their losses. They remember the big losses because, it sucks. How did this happen? And everything. And we had like the emotional response and everything to a negative event, is memorable in different ways. And also, most people don't, unlike the apes, but it's ridiculous to say because they haven't profited at all, but on this, but like, and most people don't brag, they don't talk about how much money they got, they profited. But they will tell you the story about when they lost, $250,000 or something like that, because you're not going to forget that one. And I think that's interesting. But also, I mean, it makes sense. What you were saying, how much did it cost you to get that win? Like we've talked about many times before, where the cost of success is failure, you know, uh, and in something like basketball or um, I don't know, sewing or something, anything that's like that you can do and improve on at writing or creating AI artwork or anything, you know, you get better through the experience of doing it and improving and you know critiquing and also messing up a few times and having it totally blow up and um, just totally fail. But after a while, you'll be pretty good at it, and gambling is probably the same way. Certain gambling types of gambling, um, because where skills involved, because you learn those things, and also in trading too. And the idea is that the losses are motivators. Like, oh, that's gonna light a fire under my ass to like not do that again, and to like get better and try to understand it. And that nowhere in that equation should things like blaming other people come in, for example, or you know, blaming the CEO, or whatever. All the ridiculous shit that we've seen over the last 2 years. Like at the end of the day, it should come back to what did I do wrong? And maybe what I did wrong was I got involved with it. you know, really,
Sometimes
it's
that's the answer. Sometimes
or
that's the answer for sure.
remained involved or got more involved.
Or got
And I think that you're gonna, yeah. And why is that? Because I because, well, I thought I was going to be rich before, and if I had just stayed with that, I would have still lost, but I wouldn't have lost everything. I would have lost so much, but being rich wasn't enough. I wanted to be really rich, like super rich, you know. So yeah, I dumped everything into it, and it took out
Yeah.
equity of my house and right, all that shit.
On the first time out.
Yeah.
You have to learn what not to do before you figure out what to do.
Right. And if you like, if you're playing baseball, your first time at bat, uh, expecting to hit a grand slam, or expecting to hit the ball in general, or whatever, um, or you could not swing. You know, I mean, you can't hit the ball if you don't swing. I get that, but also not every pitch should be swung at, and that's a hard lesson to learn, I think, in this.
The first time I played softball, I hit it literally out of the park, like popped it.
Really? Oh God.
Oh yeah. But then I didn't hit another ball for like 5 games.
Yeah, wow, that has parallels too. Yeah, it's like people like Astro. Yeah, people like Astro. Astro was a was a he was a thing for a hot minute. He was hot shit in the AMC grifter community. Now he's, whatever, has been, never was. But at the time, in that Jackson Hunter interview, I made a video about it 2 years ago. And we found out that he bought call options in GameStop before the run up in January of 21. So he just, heard about it or whatever and just was like, okay, yeah, I'll buy this, it's a lottery ticket. And of course, what happened, and his call options like blew up and he made a lot of money, like Tom Vu style. He made a lot of money. And of course, he sold the positions and took the profit because that's what you do. And then that's when he became an expert in trading, basically, which is what you said. He hit a grand slam. He hit it out of the park his first time at bat, and then everything else that happened. Like the stock went down. Like we're looking at here on the thing. He got involved in AMC basically, and this was in like the late summer or early fall maybe or something of 2021. So yeah, everything sucked then. Like it was way down. It didn't happen again. So yeah, that's an important thing too. And how would you know if you really don't know what you're doing? You wouldn't know that you just got lucky. You might, or maybe you sort of think because you don't really know what you're doing, but it's really easy to get overconfident then at that point. Like, oh, this isn't so hard.
Exactly. Then you think you know what you're doing, and then you make stupid mistakes.
Yep. And you think you have figured out the key to it, and then they come along and change the damn locks like they do. I feel like they change the locks on me every week, in everything. But yeah, no, that's good. Who knew? You hit it out of the park the first time. Was it fast pitch softball?
It was. And to tell the truth,
Oh wow.
probably my eyes were closed,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
just reflex,
yeah.
Yeah, I got lucky, and then try as I might, I could not connect with that ball again for many games, many
There's
swings, and I actually had to go back and practice this
Imagine that.
batting cage, just batting. Yeah,
Right.
because I didn't know what I was doing. I got lucky. I just happened to, happened to line it up right, and it was a fluke. And when I tried to recreate that,
Couldn't. Yeah.
it just did not happen. I couldn't make
Right, because the conditions weren't all perfect aligned for that to happen like they were the first time. And that's a direct parallel to this AMC, that the stars were aligned on June 2nd and in that period of time, like whatever it was, and for GameStop in January, like everything came together at those times. like we talked about, stimulus, pandemic, stay at home, yada, 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 XYZ, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, it all converged and created that moment. But those conditions have never existed since. Just like you never had the same pitch, you never walked up to the plate with the same attitude. Everything about it was different each time after that, as it always is. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like what else could have happened here? I don't know. I don't believe that anything else could have happened. This is what happens when you work to change things. First they say you're crazy, then they try to fight you, then all of a sudden you go to prison for 11 years.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Attempts to delay that fail. So.
yeah, right.
Yeah, it's sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing in the right way.
Yeah.
And it all comes together, and then the rest of the month sucks.
It happens a lot in art with artists too, musicians. I mean, how many people, like even somebody like Bruce Springsteen, for Christ's sake, like, I mean, what his, I'm trying to remember the album. I mean, I'm sure you and probably Model 3 dude knows. He's probably scolding me right now. How do you not know that? But he was, I think he was he got signed. I think it was like his third or fourth album, and it might have. I should just look it up. But anyway, like it wasn't it wasn't like now where they know Taylor Swift's next album is going to sell 100 bazillion copies, you know. Um, and record labels were maybe more likely to take chances on artists, like because you actually had A&R people that would actually like look for talent, and that kind of thing, which I think is different now. But yeah, you come out with one album, your first album, like debut album is just so groundbreaking and different, fresh, and good. And then after that, you either try to do that again and it's not the same, or you try to go in a new direction and it's not very good. There's, I've seen and heard that.
Mad at you because your
Yes.
fans are mad at you, like when Joni Mitchell did
Yeah.
album with Charles Mingus, and everybody hated it, but it's really Hissing in Summer Lawns is brilliant.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's a great example of that. Yeah.
But nobody liked it. They said, "How dare you play, jazz?" That's
Well, yeah. What are you doing?
Folk artist.
Mm-hmm.
Even Taylor Swift has bad days because at a recent show that she just did on her Eras tour, I think it was in Chicago, she swallowed a bug in the mid-performance and had to stop and cough and get some water. So, the bug was just in the right place at the right time to fly into her mouth, and she was, singing and inhaled it. So,
Mm-hmm.
things can happen. Good things can happen, bad things can happen. But when one good thing happens because it's kind of kismet, and then you try to force that, or you think that because that happened, now you understand, and you can recreate it, and that's the trap that then your ego and your greed get you into, and you keep trying to force it. Next thing you know, you're so convinced that because it happened once that it's going to happen again, and next thing you know, your $40 stock is worth $4.65.
Yep.
And then, but no, it's going to happen again. It has to, because it did before, right? Yeah, it might, maybe in 100 years, or maybe maybe tomorrow, but not likely. Because
right. Or the casino could burn down. The casino could close or whatever, and then that's a bit of the gambler's fallacy there too. Like, well, it happened before, it has to happen again, right? Well,
that's why people, when they're down to their last dollar, they put all their money in the slot machine. Maybe they're playing dollar slots and they won $500 on their third pull, right?
Yeah.
So now that's going to happen again, right? Because the machine's hot.
The machine's hot.
You're down to your last dollar and it's
right.
gone. And so what do? Do you walk away and go, wow, like I should have just taken my $500 and gone home, or gone to a bar or something, or gone shopping?
Right.
No, you go to the ATM and you start pulling out more money.
Those. those ATMs in the casinos are evil. That is, I mean, that's like Robin Hood giving you instantaneous deposits. Like I can just add more money. You mean wait. You mean I can just put more money in and then trade with it immediately? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Why is my margin higher than my deposit? Wait, is that a good thing? I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how
Uh,
they get you. Now you've spent it and now you have to deposit it. You better come up with
yeah,
it somewhere because the piper wants to get paid.
yeah, right. And at the end of the day, it's a business. Nobody's doing this for charity, um, except us, I guess, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I do give some money to the Indian tribes now and then.
yeah, sure. I mean, I make donations to the market maker, all the time these days, it seems like, but uh, um, you know, if you go into it with that knowledge though, then I mean that's one of the things that I always was told in the market, don't play with more money than you can afford to lose, of course. And then the second thing, which is like at the casino, like take a certain amount of money with you and that's it. If you go through all that, that's it. You're done. Don't go to the ATM, don't do anything else. Just allocate and go with the intention of losing it all, or not the intention, but go with the knowledge that most likely you will lose it all, and just go and have a good time. Like, like that's what, at least for the casino, that's what it was always, you know, and what my
Right,
mom would always do.
entertainment.
Yeah,
It wasn't a way
exactly.
to make a living. It was just a way to have some fun for a night.
Yeah,
And, that
exactly.
applies to anything, right? Like don't rent an apartment that takes 75% of your income. Don't buy a car when your car payment is 45% of your monthly salary. Don't go grocery shopping and spend your whole month's grocery budget in one trip and buy more food than you can eat, and then you have to throw half of it away, and now you're going to eat top ramen for the rest of the month because
Yep.
grocery shopping hungry. It's,
Yeah. Yep.
you can apply that scenario to or that principle to many different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
It's about having some, well, it's about being realistic and then being
Yeah.
responsible with
Yeah.
what you know is realistic and not getting so caught up in satisfying a want or a desire that you make bad choices.
Yeah. I mean, it's adulting. It's being an adult, being responsible. I mean, I hate to say,
And it's
you
hard.
know,
It sucks, but
like,
it's necessary.
and I'm not always very good. I mean, I'd say I'm better at it now than I was 2 years ago, even, or 5 or 10. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, nobody's a saint and but I mean, you look at other people and it seems like, um, you can, uh, you, I, I'm drawn toward people that I feel like have their shit together. Like I want to be around those people. I want to learn from those people because I don't want like there's so many people that waste your time with shit. You know, they say that they know this or that and they don't actually do it, or they're not very whatever. They misrepresent themselves. And that's just that's no good. Um, what are you going to get from that? But yeah, so um, I I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, it's adulting essentially. It's having some discipline, I mean, not necessarily a ton, but I mean that certainly is okay too. Like somebody like Shadow Stars comes to mind as an example. I don't hope he's all right. I miss that dude being around, but understand also people, whatever got going on, different things, but um you know, he, in terms of trading and like just, managing money and stuff, he's he was way more responsible than I am. Like he has a much better, much more complete picture, that he's looking at, less impulsive for sure, you know. Um, so I appreciate that type of, approach because it's a reminder and it's a exposure to some aspect I've never even thought about looking at. Oh, I've never thought to look at it that way. But that's smart because I want to look at as many factors as I can. But also knowing when to just make a decision and say, okay, I have to shit or get off the pot here, and not dawdling around and wasting the opportunity and then finally making a decision and the opportunity's gone. And then now you're mismatched. And so that's a thing. And that happens in all kinds of things too. So, I mean, it doesn't help that people that were pushing this nonsense were like literally in their early 20s, to mid 20s. I mean, I was pretty mature that time. I was in college, but I mean, like, I would, I can't imagine myself like starting a YouTube channel if YouTube was like as popular in 2000, in the early 2000s, and talking about the stock market. I had no clue. I had less than a clue. I had absolutely no fucking idea about any of it, and I didn't even have the desire. Didn't have the desire. I couldn't see myself ever doing anything like that, at that point in my life. So I don't know how in the and even if I had, let's say I started a YouTube channel and talk about something I knew about, like music or something, I still wouldn't have had anything to say. I still wouldn't have felt confident and like, what the fuck do I have to add? I'm still learning the shit, like I'm I haven't done it for, 20 years like this guy over here that I'm learning from. Like there's a professional. I want to learn, like he has something to say. I don't. So these guys like Trey and Shart the Vix and HYMC and Matt Coles, all these clowns, like that even enhances that, like just the idea of the narcissistic, grifter, charlatan, snake oil, greed, all those things, to be able to do that and at all, like, because none of them know shit. They don't know either. Like they knew less then than I did, which was, pretty bad. Because I watched them learn, or try to learn. I learned and I watched them not learn. Let me say it that way. Um, I mean, like doing something for a couple months and then becoming an expert and influencing people, and now knowing that those people have fucked up, like they've lost a lot of money because of, not because of, but you know, on your influence, on my recommendation. That's gotta kind of suck if if you have a conscience and you're not antisocial and narcissistic, which obviously some of them are. Well, yeah.
The old school ones have pretty much all left, or they've pivoted to something different to make everything.
Talking about the market and the market at large, or yeah, this or that. Right. Yeah. But I mean,
But certainly sitting online with a bunch of people screaming, MOAS, on this date for, the 100th time,
yep.
is not going to get you where you want to be.
No, it's not, and it's going to foster this 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 cult basically, where I mean, I think I was watching a Dr. Grande video maybe, and he was talking about, I forget which case it was, but it was something recently, like where somebody was delusional basically and created this fantasy world, um and then, basically brought it into reality and ended up killing somebody or something like that. Um, so like these things have consequences, that can go like way outside of the realm of normality, uh, and can be destructive. But I mean, like this is absolutely a fantasy world. It is a complete fabrication of the mind. All of this, pretty much everything, like having to do with all of these stocks. I mean, like just to put it absolutely dead crystal clear, I think it is that these a lot of these people have left reality. Um, when it comes to this, like when it comes to, and probably when it comes to money in general, I would say, or finance or whatever, stock market, all of it. And
Well, when people are getting so spun up that they have to, like, leave their Twitter account for an undetermined amount of time because it's upsetting them so much to be part of this so-called community
mhm,
talking about this thing that they're all convinced, was mounted as a campaign against them when really it
right,
was just a bad investment. Uh,
right,
with shady people and things were not
mhm,
disclosed that should have been. But to be so wrapped up in it, instead of just saying, okay, well, I got shafted and, more fool me, that won't
right,
happen again. Now I know what to look for.
right,
Instead of that, and you know who I'm referring to,
mm,
getting so upset that you have to actually leave, your social media and your community and your followers and the people you follow, you have to just walk away from it for a while because it's affecting your emotional state or your mental health. Uh,
yeah,
come on, it's putting way too much weight.
yeah,
To
it
think that
has
you
the
should have learned
feel,
from it, to let it destroy you is
yeah,
that's a scary thing. And let's be frank, it's not just AMC. You can go
well, yeah,
into Webull and probably Robinhood and any of the brokers that have, a chat platform, which I don't think really needs to be part of a brokerage. I think that's a really bad idea. We don't all need to be chatting with each other about what we're doing. That doesn't help anybody. But there are people pumping, you name it. There are still people swearing that the was it virtual cloud technology as VCTA. It was just delisted recently. Still people, in Webull going, no, it's going to come back. It's going to come back, and just, no, it's been delisted. It's not. It's dead. That parrot's dead.
right. That's not a good thing.
The fjords. He's dead.
It's so paradoxical. Like down is good, like lower is better, somehow, or
Don't listen to these strangers that come along on the internet and proclaim something is so. Like, who is this person? You don't even know. You don't know if they're a person. They could just be a
I
bot script.
I said this.
Everybody gets wrapped
I
up in it, and it's really worrisome.
I said this in summer of 2021, and like I get a surprising amount of like, well, I just got a surprising amount of hate and pushback on everything. Then that I was way early, way early. I was good idea, just early to market. But and then, well, whatever. But I said, you know, there used to be a thing. I mean, this was a thing, and I know you remember this because you were on the internet in the '90s too. Like, you, you just don't trust what you read online. Like, uh, oh, I heard this stock's going to go to the moon. Oh yeah, where'd you hear that? On the internet? Oh, on the internet? No, oh no, 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 no. Like, you just like you don't trust anonymous, unsourced, unverified information that comes from some faceless, anonymous. Who knows if it's even a real person? It could be, probably wasn't a chat bot back then, but it could have been, or just like a script that was recycling through statements or whatever. Um, and they were though that stuff was around then. Uh, like certainly without doing any research, but like especially when it comes to like spending your money, how in the like how did we get from that to, oh, I read it on the internet, it must be true, essentially, or somebody on Reddit said, um, or this guy on YouTube said, you know, and people have always been saying this stuff, but like now it's just like there's no resistance to doing it. And maybe it was because
Well,
they were basically spending someone else's money or money that was handed to them, you know, like if you have to work for your own, it's your own money that you have to earn. you're going to be more judicious about spending it. But if it's literally free money, it goes above and beyond what you would normally have earned. Sure, yeah, I'll throw $100 in that and this and that and whatever else.
Right. Monopoly money.
I don't know if that, that seems like that was part of that, all that those perfect conditions that came together then at, in 21. But yeah, the not critically thinking thing is bad. It's just bad all around.
It is.
Yeah.
And something that didn't help was the rise of publications like one, it begins with a B and it ends with Zynga.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
pay to publish. So
Yep.
you send them an article and write them a check, and you could say the space
Yep.
aliens are gonna make AMC MOS on the 4th of July, and
Yeah.
publish it. They don't care. And there's several of them out there that present as legit publications, but they're not. They're paid to publish. You give them money and they'll print whatever you want. And that's why you can see two conflicting articles posted by them on the same day about the same company. One say it's going up, one say it's going down, because they got two articles with the check written on the same date from two different people. They publish it 10 minutes apart. They don't care.
Right.
They don't care. They're in it.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah.
They don't have.
They don't give a shit what it is. Yeah. Right. They don't give a shit what it is.
No.
As long as people are going to read it, which people will read it, Yep.
And people do read it, and then they go, "Oh, well, I read it on Benzinga. Okay, well, what's Benzinga? It's a financial publication, right? But what's their objective? What's their agenda? What's their criteria for publishing? Who vets their articles? No one really. I mean, they might have an editor like check them for grammar, but not for
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, they don't have no. Yeah. None of those places, it seems like to me, none of that type of stuff actually employs experts that can actually verify anything that's in those articles. Because if you read them, like I'll read them only because we've gone into so much detail about this, like these very detailed, really irrelevant. It's like for the end user, it doesn't matter. It's like, knowing like something like inside your laptop, or some kind of how like some kind of just very technical details about how shit works. That okay, it's interesting. Model 3 dude says seeking alpha. Yeah, for sure. Like, but most people don't need to understand that it. And like, I'll give you a perfect example. I was so my girlfriend's sister had a stroke, and um she had various tests and all this kind of stuff. And so I became curious about MRI and how that worked, and how MRI machines work, and just the technology and the science behind it and all that kind of stuff. And so I started learning about it. And it's incredibly complicated and complex and amazing. Just it's incredibly difficult to understand and conceptualize how it fucking works with magnets, with incredibly strong magnets and incredibly high amount of electric current, and all, uh, and I was thinking like, okay, maybe I'll probably be able to understand this, over time. Like I think I can get this. But most people, like I I can't remember if I've had an MRI. I've had CAT scans, but um, I mean, a lot of people are sick, and they have to, utilize this technology, and it will greatly improve their lives, help them save their life, whatever. But they will probably never know how it works, or never be interested in it. And it doesn't matter, because, the professionals there are using the tools they have, to do the job. and they probably understand it to a certain, pretty technical level too. But they just use the machine, and interpret the results. And it's successful and it works.
And then there's the contrast dye component too. Like how did they figure out that what to use for the contrast dye and that it wouldn't hurt you and how much to give you and
Oh yeah. Right. I mean,
there's a lot to it and it's pretty
there is a lot. Yeah. And that's the point. Like it's not your domain. It's not my domain really to know as a patient, to understand that. And there's a lot of things in medicine like that. And there's a lot of things in everything. And there's a lot of things in financial markets that are like that too, I think. Like the problem is not really at the end of the day, yes, you could say, and I think it's a valid opinion to have, like that the system is corrupt and the market's manipulated, whatever, like that. I'm not saying that I think it is or that it's true, but I'm saying you could have that opinion and you could probably back it up or try to show it, and it could be considered a valid argument, opinion. May be right, may be wrong, but it's formed properly as an argument, that it's has, the appearance of credibility. But that's like that you're not a market participant then. You're not like a trader, you're not an investor then. You're like a social justice warrior or something. Like you're trying to do something else but everybody else here is just trying to make money and like try to have more numbers that go up essentially. So they're doing all kinds of shit. Like they're looking at or trading or thinking about or speculating on or whatever, doing deals in or what have you. They're doing business with or trading with all kinds of different people and entities and things and industries and areas, and technologies and sectors, and like to try to find what works and find an edge in that and all those kind of things. Like this is truly Uncle Rico with these meme stock investors. Like it's a novelty, basically. It's a novelty. It's like a sideshow. Really, it's an aberration. It's cancerous, even. I would even go that far as to say that it's unhealthy. It's an unhealthy growth on society. And I hope that I hope that it doesn't continue and happen more and more often, because it's not indicative of a healthy society. To me, like this is fucked up.
No,
This is really fucked up.
you can't build a society on mistrust.
Yeah.
It's very corrosive. And I just to defend the SEC, okay, are they perfect? No, but show me an organization that is. It's just, it's not possible to have perfection in a hierarchical structure. But I wish that the people who are like, oh, Gary Gensler needs to go to jail and the SEC are a bunch of criminals and crooks. Okay, they need to go to the SEC website and sign up for the newsletter, and you will get in your email inbox, probably sometimes 2 or 3 a week, sometimes 2 or 3 a month, a newsletter telling you about what recent case they've just brought against people who actually are crooks and criminals and are defrauding people who are, selling securities without being registered and therefore no recourse for the investor to recoup their money. People who are running pyramid schemes, people who are, diverting customer deposits to buy themselves yachts and homes in Switzerland. and just really like real criminals who are really ripping people off for substantial amounts of money that will never be recovered. So for all the things that the SEC may not address for a variety of reasons, either because it's just too small of a fish or they haven't gotten around to it yet, or they're working on it behind the scenes, or they need a couple of whistleblowers to come help them out to get enough evidence to file a case. For all the things that people feel like they miss, or they're not doing correctly, or they're not standing up for their own personal crappy investment choice that they made, the SEC is doing some pretty amazing things, bringing some real white collar criminals to justice and making them disgorge payments, and barring them from ever participating in the market again, and sometimes even putting them in jail. So all the people who are pointing fingers at the SEC and saying they're the criminals and they're corrupt and they're manipulative, no, you're a dumb shit. They're not. They're the good guys. They're the white hats. They're out there trying to protect your back, but they can't stop you from making bad investments.
Yeah.
They're good, but they're not that good. So, yeah, if you're an SEC hater, you need to go actually learn about what they do, what they really do to protect investors, and sit down and have a long think about it and maybe reassess your position, because I can assure you absolutely that that's the wrong attitude to have towards the SEC. We should be very grateful that they are as effective as they are.
I'm looking at,
crap that they have come across their desk, and then they get all these complaints from little retail investors going, the company rolled over and merged and I didn't sell and I didn't know and I want 2 trading days. You know what? That's like that's like dust that they wipe off their desk at the end of the week. They've got so many really big multi-million-dollar cases of white collar crime, based in the Seychelles and spreading across the whole planet. I mean, networks of real white collar crime, not just you not getting out before the last day to try to sell your crappy investment in a company that should have been clear in telling you, oh, by the way, when we say this is the last day, what we really mean is this is the last trading day, because there's going to be a holiday and all that, so you need to factor that into your plan. So that was on the company to make sure that their investors understood the parameters of being able to.
There's also the part supposedly that the MMTLP security was not intended to be traded. So it was issued to shareholders as a dividend, and it was not intended to be traded. It was intended to be, we're giving you this equity, which will be for this spin-off company or something like that, or something in the future. Which in and of itself is, So that's the question. That's what Berta says.
That's a valid point.
But then there's the part that, well, then he traded it. So he was trading from MTLP, or he bought and sold it, or he sold it. Like, I forget what they said, how many million, whatever, executives sold. But so if
it's not supposed to be traded, but it's there and it's tradable, can you blame the guy? If he knew what was coming?
Well,
sure.
And
maybe he shouldn't have gotten out, but he did, and it was probably legal, actually. But who put it out there on the brokerages? Who rolled the ticker up onto the market?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question of legality. It probably isn't. But it's just, I guess more so the grifting now, like I I just, yeah, he doesn't strike me as, well, you've seen him. And, you know, we've commented before, but anyway, yeah, so that, I mean, that's a question. I mean, supposedly, um, one or two market makers, because it basically it needs, because I was looking at the requirements because I want to start a company and trade it on the OTC market. I think that would be great. The channel could do that basically. It could be a, you know, you don't have to register or report to the SEC, so that's a plus. Um, that would save us from securities fraud probably. And you have to have a market maker that's willing to basically provide liquidity in that stock or whatever. So, because they're the ones who are going to be selling it to, you know, buying it and selling it into the market. So, I don't know. And I don't know if who's to say that it's true that Berta wasn't the one, but you know, he didn't go and set up the deal with the market makers. I don't know. You know, maybe he is a you know, he has securities fraud, or he has some kind of mark on his file previously. You know, I think it was a fine and consent and waiver, you know, type of deal. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. I just
It could be something as simple as somebody typed it into a spreadsheet that got rolled into the database that uploaded the ticker onto, you know, I mean, really,
yeah,
unwind it. It could be some rookie intern error.
yeah, I don't I don't
It
know.
wouldn't be funny. It would be tragic, but still,
Yeah.
I would laugh because I was right.
So,
You know, we don't know. I guess we'll find out in due time.
yeah,
I think that's a pretty important question people should be asking. If it wasn't meant to be traded, how did it get traded?
and I think Tony was asking that question. Um, Man, I want to look at his video too, but I got to get going here soon. But there's a we have to close this live stream here in a minute. Uh, on the SEC, I was looking at their what is it, administrative proceedings here, and like I was looking on the May 25th, which was a couple weeks ago. They have over 20 in administrative actions or proceedings that are dated on May 25th. Over 20, uh, you know, separate cases, like individuals, um, organizations, Plymouth Commercial Mortgage Fund, Sunridge International Incorporated, um, Tapestry Pharmaceuticals. I don't know what these are, you know, all in reference to, but I mean, delinquent periodic filings. So here's a company that,
Look at what they paid out to whistleblowers. They pay their whistleblowers very well.
so look at, I mean, this one here. This action is filed in May of 2023. Tapestry Pharmaceuticals is a company in Iowa. It's a Delaware. It's a void. It's a void Delaware corporation. It is not an active. This is not an active company, not an active business. They're a void Delaware corporation and located in Iowa with a class of securities registered. They're delinquent in periodic filings, so they're a void corporation that has securities that are registered with the SEC still. They're delinquent in filing, periodic filing, so they haven't filed anything since 2007. They filed for bankruptcy, and you know, basically they want to get rid of it, I guess, here. And they're actually, this is this is a they're issuing this order to them, say, we got some questions for you. We need to have a conference, and if you don't facilitate that, we're gonna, we have some authority behind us to compel that. So, and that's just, they're sending this out. Looks like initially here, but okay, so this is a company that they filed for bankruptcy in 2009. Initially, like that's when they filed for bankruptcy, and so the SEC in 2023 is going after them for not keeping up with their filings because they still had it security registered with the SEC. I mean, that is pretty, I don't want to say nitpicky in a bad way. I'm not saying that at all. Well, I guess I'm saying a couple things. That's how far behind they are, probably to some degree. They're working on cases that started, that deal with like stuff that happened, in the 2000s and 2010s, still in 2023. Like, and there's probably,
brought to their attention.
and there's probably way more too, that will be. And probably is true that there's more reporting of it now, like a lot of things. It's easier to, access resources to do that and to gather information as well. Definitely. So, but I guess, conceivably there could be investors who own this thing of this company that went bankrupt, in 2009. It says it's not publicly quoted or traded though. But yeah, anyway, and it's,
I would bet that's part of a divorce proceeding, and that's how it got brought up, and they have to dissolve it, and so that's probably how it got on their radar.
oh yeah, I see. So then they looked into it. They saw those securities and they didn't register in the system, or they were showing as void or whatever, or not trading. And then they looked at the company that issued them and found that, yeah, they didn't close it out properly or whatever.
Yeah,
Or they
some of it is administrative.
they
If you
didn't,
look at some of their
yeah,
bigger cases, they do some pretty impressive stuff.
yeah. I mean, these are just these, but Russian wireless telephone company, delinquent periodic filings again. So maybe they're just doing a sweep of stuff like that. Well, this is different. Cease and desist against this company.
Those are usually fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like these because they're,
Kind of like a little hobby that I have.
yeah, no, I mean, if you go to the SEC website and enforcement, there's also litigation proceedings. So this is,
Those are the good ones.
yeah, this is this shit that's actually like is an actual active case, or, has been concluded, I guess. But you can get the actual documents here. I think, yeah, SEC complaint. Like this is 30 pages. So these are a little bit more, yeah, this is the good shit. Like this person misappropriated at least 13.2 million of investor proceeds to make Ponzi payments. So here you have, yeah, from April 2020 to September 2022, this dude sold more than $20 million in promissory notes. And then there's a TikTok connection. So yeah, I mean, and that's a decent amount of money right there. Yeah, like $20 million misappropriating, most of it to operate a Ponzi scheme and to pay your personal expenses. Luxury, classic cars, a residence.
Case like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, vacations, luxury goods, trips, entertainment, presents for people,
Yeah.
donations to political lobbies. It's insane. So when people say, "Oh, the SEC doesn't do anything and they're not protecting us," no, they're protecting us, but they can't protect you from yourself.
Yeah. So this one here is a multi-million-dollar insider trading scheme orchestrated by two guys. And it happened from 2020, May 2020 to April 2021. Same kind of period. And dealing with SPACs, a SPAC or SPACs, and they were, they've basically purchasing securities ahead of a SPAC offering or SPAC, um, ahead of merger announcements. So, buying
There's
it.
a lot of insider trading stuff that happens
Yep.
with somebody who works for a company and they get a heads up about a product release or approval of a pharmaceutical, and they tell their buddy, and their buddy tells his buddy, and they all collude together to buy and sell shares based on this information they were supposed to have. Like I guess maybe people weren't around for Martha Stewart, or they didn't learn from that. You would think.
Yeah.
After
Right.
seeing Martha go to jail for that, and hers was much less offensive than some of these. But yeah, they're working on really big cases, and they pay their whistleblowers like millions of dollars for coming forward with. If you come forward with information that helps them build and pursue a case, and that case, pans out that the person was really committing crime, and they managed to catch him, they pay out very well for that. So because they need boots on the ground to help them. They can't just be everywhere at once over the whole entire market. It's just too massive. There's no way.
Yeah.
No way
So
side.
here's a
When
different.
they do sink their teeth into some white collar crime, they are bulldogs and they don't back down.
So here's a different kind of. This is against like I guess it's a cannabis company, cannabis cultivation and distribution company. It says that they solicited investments and raised over $30 million from 100 investors through material misrepresentations and omissions. They urged investors to act quickly. It says that the SEC registration that they needed for widespread public trading was in jeopardy and was revoked in the midst of an offering. It told investors it had multi-state and worldwide operations when in fact it had no operations outside of Oregon. They only produced a small amount of sellable cannabis a year, promoted itself as one of the largest cannabis farms in the country, and provided inflated financial information to support extremely high revenue projections. The officers of the company,
They have five hydroponics in some guy's garage.
yeah, they've siphoned off millions in investor funds to relief defendant PR1, so another company that was owned by the some of the same defendants from the other one. They've used these proceeds to enrich themselves for years, exceeding the revenues generated from the sale of cannabis products. So the amount that's siphoned off exceeds the revenues. Having left existing investors with essentially worthless securities, they're still actively marketing securities to prospective investors with the same false and misleading claims. So they're still doing it.
Wow.
And yeah, so this is a major case here.
What are you gonna do, huh?
Yeah, right. Bitrex.
Yeah.
Bitrex. This one's huge here. So yeah, I mean, I agree, and I've looked at this before. It is fascinating. It's definitely absolutely fascinating to read through, and there's so much. I mean, this is 2023, like here. I mean, I don't know how many entries there are here, but I mean, it goes back to 1995 on here, on what's available on here, which is pretty. I mean, that's basically an endless amount. You could just go through and read if you were bored or something like that. I mean, and they also have opinions and adjudicatory orders here, which I think is the SEC making basically a decision about something. So like denying request,
You know, I'm
vacate
an
clause.
SEC fangirl, so
Yeah, no, it is interesting.
and it bugs me when people say, "Oh, they're so corrupt." No, they're not corrupt. You made a bad decision.
Yeah.
Save you from yourself. That's the limit of their power. They can save you from the white collar criminals out there that are, trying to really take people for massive sums of money, but they can't save you from your $2,000 that you put into a,
Mm-hmm.
company that has one truck and a manual drill to go look for oil.
Yeah.
Old guys who are going to go out there and wildcat some land out in the middle of Texas in the desert.
This one says order to show cause. Let's see. They issued an order against this company. They never responded. They still haven't responded from March, and so because of that, they're saying, well, tell us why we shouldn't yank your stock, basically, by default, due to its failure to file an answer and otherwise defend this proceeding. And you didn't show up to court. We're gonna just we're gonna rule against you by default. So, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't show up for your court date. Is they say, okay, well,
Yeah, exactly.
guess they didn't care enough to be here. Then we're just going to rule against you because you're not here to argue for yourself. So,
Well, and that's the thing. It's the perception of
nobody knows what they do. The people who are saying they're
well,
don't understand what they do, the scope of what they do,
well,
how important.
right. And I have a feeling that a lot of these type of people, and I'm generalizing, but um, there's a lot of people that just like they will ignore things, or they don't think that the SEC has any authority, or that it's because it's white collar, it's not, you can just blow it off, maybe, especially maybe like novice or, you know, people that are doing this shit for the first time, like because of during the pandemic. A lot of these are like the shit that they were doing was in like 2020 and 2021, which is interesting. But because there was just so much money all over the place. But you know, I, I don't know. I mean, there's just a lot of shit here. A lot of shit. So much. I mean, and like these are there's multiple half a dozen or so of these opinions and stuff that will come out on one day here. So it's
when
the
you
thing
look
is
at that,
it's
you realize how many people are out there to rip you off. There's
oh
a
yeah.
lot of opportunities to get.
Well, and I feel like
And it's
on
not
some
just anyone's stock. It's everywhere.
yeah, and I feel like on some level it also speaks to the actually the I mean, I don't know how many employees the SEC has like working on this stuff, but um, it's the thing is it's the problem is, I guess, that it's all like reactive. Like there's no, it doesn't prevent anything. It it's because it's always catching it afterwards, you know, because it, you know, you can do these things and nobody will stop you, for example.
The criminals are always one step ahead of the law. And it's
Yeah.
always been
Well,
that way since
yeah.
the beginning of time.
In order to preserve, and I don't even know if I would say that they effectively do this, but in order to preserve, the integrity of, you know, the system, uh, I mean, people can essentially you can do whatever you want. You can buy or sell whatever you want to, and nobody knows what information you have when you do it because anybody can buy or sell anything they want at any time, so that's like, but there are certainly times when you or I could do that if we were in a position, you know, like an executive or on a board or something like that, managerial position or something of a company and have information that we know because of that position. Um, and we trade that stock or something related to it, like somebody that company would have be doing a deal with, for example, or something like that. Um, and make a lot of money with it. So, but how would my broker wouldn't necessarily know that? They might if they know my place of employment, but even then, I can buy the stock of the company that I work for. I mean, nobody knows why I'm doing it, but it would be against the law if they knew. But they don't, so that's what I mean. Like it would be somebody would have to blow the whistle or report it, something. Something would have to catch it. Otherwise, how would they know? Or like you said before, a divorce. That's interesting to me that that could cause that could spur an investigation into securities of a company that's bankrupt, you know. But it makes sense. Or I bet, wills, um, stuff like that might dictate something that would like, oh, this hasn't traded in a long time. Let's look into it. And then you find out that they've been
Bottom line.
breaking the law for
Yeah.
10 years.
Exactly. So like grandpa just kind of walked away from his company and then
Yeah.
to us in his will. And
Yeah.
now we got to clean up like the mess, right?
Mm-hmm.
The SEC
Yeah.
doesn't know why nothing's been filed. Now we got to backfile all this paperwork or pay a fine. Things like that happen in probate and in divorce court when
Well, and
it's community-owned property and no one pays.
it kind of reminds me of
Yet it's still
yeah,
divided up.
like the IRS, for example,
Absolutely.
taxes.
That's another one. A lien.
Like they will tie up those loose ends, like at some point, like most likely, like so a divorce when somebody dies, yeah, like those types of events will.
But that's more like administrative stuff,
Yeah, well,
cleaning up the paperwork.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. If you will, it would be those cleanup operations to to close all those accounts or whatever, and or whatever's they're directed to do, I guess by the executor, but of the estate, but or the whatever's dictated in the documents. But yeah, but it's all here. I mean, it's
It is. It's all there, and people should look at it. I mean, I find it fascinating, but I'm kind of nerdy that way. But
yeah,
when it comes to the white collar crime, there's no way the SEC can get in front of
right.
every potential white collar crime that there's someone out there thinking about committing. So the only thing that they can do is wait until someone brings it to their attention, They can
Yeah.
hope that people will be more ethical and not want to rip people off and misappropriate their investors' deposits into yachts and things that, you know,
Yeah.
to basically break the law and do what they know or they should know they're not supposed to do. So they
Yeah.
can do that, and they can deal with it when it does come to their attention and take, swift action and try to put a stop to it and recoup whatever they can. And then, deal out some punishment so that hopefully the people don't repeat it. And some people do. You see some people in there, their names are 2-3 times before they wind up in jail. But to expect the SEC to kind of go out there and protect every investor from every potential scam that's out there is unrealistic. It's just not. There's no way to do that because
Well, yeah.
they're always 2 steps ahead. So
Yeah.
what they have
Well,
to do is count on people to educate themselves and make informed decisions and to know, and that's why they made all those little short videos that everybody made fun of, to try to
yeah.
get investors to say, hey, you have to educate yourself. You have to know what the signs are of a scam and that you're being scammed or someone's trying to scam you. You have to be able to recognize an offer that, is too good to be true for it being exactly that, and be realistic about your investments and be practical and be responsible and be proactive about
Yeah.
your investments.
Yep.
It's your money and we can't babysit what you do. We can't hold every single person's hand that's out
Right.
there as a small, single investor. We've got big organizations and corporations that are doing, massive crime. We need to kind of go after those guys. So you need to be aware and be, just know what you're doing and know what to look for and know the signs that something is a scam and walk away from it, or better yet, give us a phone call. Try to get some dirt on them and give us a phone call because we'll pay you handsomely for it, more than you ever would have made investing in their scammy company.
Yeah. So this is kind of a perfect example of that. So looking at all these different types of enforcement actions or notices or orders, and then ultimately it would come to something like this, like a trading suspension. So this company, Ameritech Ventures, or it was ATVK, they announced the SEC temporarily suspended trading of that stock on May 11th, 2021, and until May 24th. They temporarily suspended trading in the securities due to the lack of current and accurate information about the company because it had not filed certain periodic reports with the commission. So it's kind of the same thing. A lot of those other ones were related to, but this is ultimately what would happen. They would actually suspend trading of the stock. So here you go. The commission cautions brokers, dealers, shareholders, and prospective purchasers that they should carefully consider the foregoing information along with all other currently available information and any information subsequently issued by this company. So this is, it's like, here's the analogy. It's the police stopping someone with a broken window or a car that's got a seriously damaged, something seriously damaged, or somebody who runs red light or speeding, or, egregiously, doing something, call attention to themselves. And, you know, it's, that, that yields a lot of people, like criminals, like are caught that way. Like, I'm not saying people should be profiled or anything like that, but like that's why that could be. I make the argument that that's a benefit from like a society that has a rule of law and follows it. Is that you know because let's be honest, people that are gonna like be strong arm robbers or thieves or some kind of petty criminal, like they tend to you know they do things like don't renew their license plate, for example. For example, just, so as whatever, as big brother as it is, those license plate readers that, like here, state police use them all over the place, like pretty much everywhere. So if you drive by them and you have a warrant, they'll know and know they will like be interested to talk to you. But those type of things, you know, it could, it's just, you have to know, like, if somebody's up to some shit. So if somebody's not filing paperwork, if they haven't filed reports with the SEC, and the SEC doesn't know what's going on with this company, is it in the best interest of investors for this stock to be available? Or is that somebody who's like intentionally blacked out their lights, or is like, prowling or something like that, to casing a house or something? Are they suspicious and, somebody called the police and then a crime potentially was prevented from happening? The analogy would be somebody buying stock that's going to be delisted and then they're going to lose their money. And that would be on the person. That would be on the investor, because you could have looked to see if this company had filed anything. Oh, what's the deal with this company? Oh, Lynn's telling me about ATVK. Okay, let me go look it up on SEC. Then I look it up and I see there's nothing here. They haven't filed any filings. Okay, that's fucking weird. Like, so that's a red flag. And then you can put that information together. You can know that. And this is the SEC, coming along saying, okay, well, we ran a report and your name came up on a report of companies we haven't heard from in 10 years. So what the fuck, So, I mean, yeah, all of this stuff does impact like everything that you're talking about, like confidence in the system, orderly, fair, open markets and all that kind of stuff. This is the nuts and bolts of that. Like, if you have people that are not following the law, they have to be weeded out. And that's what they're doing. And if you're not like, if you don't renew your driver's license and you're driving, that's another good example of that concept. If you're driving without a license and without registration on your car, you're probably going to get pulled over at some point eventually. You're not going to be able to do that forever. You could do it for a while, but yeah, I wouldn't want to. So, you better have your ducks in a row then, like, and you don't have like drug paraphernalia in the car or drive, drunk too at the same time. Like, it can snowball, and then eventually, you're going to jail. It's a very crude analogy, but I mean, it's
Let me
like,
put it another way. Like when you finally sell AMC at a loss, and you take your money and you put it into this pot stock that's supposed to be growing with a nationwide network of the highest producing greenhouses in America, but it's actually like Uncle Rudy with, some hydroponics in his garage. Won't you be glad when the SEC comes in and shuts that down and recovers some or maybe all of your money?
yeah.
Because you were just lied to. AMC didn't lie to anybody. They've been actually as transparent as they can be, bless the CEO's heart. They haven't misled investors they never said our stock's going to the moon. You know, the company never said that. The people said that.
True. Yeah. The company never said that.
Roll another blunt. Speaking of greenhouses.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, Scott, it was fun.
Yeah. This is this actually the whole song. I'm just trying to have it low, but I mean, it'll probably still whatever. So I'm just saying we can still talk for a minute. I'm like it's not like.
Is anybody still there?
I don't know.
YouTube land?
I don't know. I don't look at that. I don't look at how many viewers there are typically, because I just don't really care. But yeah, no,
Well,
that's good.
stuck it out with us. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check out the SEC enforcement stuff. I think that's
SEC stand.
yeah. I think you know what? That would be a good YouTube channel actually for somebody to make. And if I had time, if I were independently wealthy, this would be a project I would do. Maybe, or like hire people to do it.
I should grab that before someone else does.
Yeah. Like
I'm the original SEC fangirl.
yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Online Disruptive Technologies Incorporated. I wonder what they did, but go through and you could go through to different sections and do yeah, that'd be cool. And also, there are other federal agencies that have stuff like this too, like the Federal Communications Commission. They have an enforcement division where they go after people that have unlicensed radio stations and shit like that, or did all kinds of anything that has anything to do with communications or internet stuff for telephone and whatever, radio.
Those people need some love. They need some appreciation and some recognition because they're out there,
civil servants.
And to not trust them is plain.
Well, yeah, and I don't think of it in such personal terms usually. Like the people doing it, I think of it more like as an institution in my mind, at least. I mean, obviously it's made up of people that are doing all this, but it's like I think it goes like it's confidence in the system, or that that's what gives it, that's what makes it mean anything, is that people respect and agree that we're operating under these rules, and it's more or less it's not more scams and bullshit than real stuff. Basically, there's a greater than 50% chance that you're not going to be scammed here. And I don't know if that's true or not right now. I'm not sure. And I don't know how it has been historically, because the SEC didn't even used to they haven't been around for 100 years. I mean, they've been around for 90 years, essentially, I think, basically. Yeah. The early 30s. And so, there've always been these things, but shit, now we can look up any of these grifters or, John Berta's or whoever's. We can look them up and find, anything that happened for any companies they were associated with. You can look and see if the company filed what the latest filings, earnings report, or just any filings with the SEC, that, regulatory filings. You can get those for anything.
Tools are there for us to protect ourselves from the scammers.
Yeah.
But we have to use them.
And it's and not even just protect from the scammers, but also just to make better decisions. If I can be, blunt about it, And I'm not even saying that anything about the AMC grift or any of the meme stocks would necessarily be you'd be able to like you're not going to find that stuff on here. Like you're not going to probably find, anything against GameStop or AMC or maybe some of the OTC, whatever, maybe. But, you know, like that's not then there's a reason for that. Like, yeah, exactly. I mean, and if they're, you know, there has to be evidence. There has to be actual like evidence that actually means something to where the people looking at the evidence, like they know that you know that what's going on. Like, and that's you can't say that about the apes at all. Like, it is clear that they do not know. I mean, they think they do. They think they do. But the understanding, the lack of just the lack of understanding is so gross and insurmountable, if that even makes sense. That I mean, at this point, there's no way that I think that any of these agencies, uh, any type of enforcement agency, or even just individuals, would even like unless everybody's just complete moron everywhere, like which I don't think is necessarily the case, but
Not yet.
like yeah, I mean clearly not because they have all these complaints, all these actions, all this shit. Like this is this is probably the one institution or entity that understands all of this to the most degree, like and actually be able to do something with it. Um it's um it just yeah, it's really interesting. That's really all I can say. I mean, it's because
You want to tweet at Gary Gensler about AMC or
yeah,
or some other
yeah,
stock, like
yeah,
don't waste your time.
yeah. Don't waste your time because
Crime.
yeah, they know,
Not crime.
right? They know that there's all this shit that's going on and probably a lot more like incoming complaints and tips that they still need to chase down and get to this point where they can actually, even like issue an order to get information from you or something like that from your company.
What are they gonna
That
say? Oh, you listen to a guy on YouTube and
yeah, right.
okay,
There's no
we've got people who are actually running Ponzi schemes over here. So
and that's where it does cross over. Like the guys Zach what's the hell? Zach Morris. The Zach Morris guy and the other guys like some of those people that had trading groups and pumped and dumped stocks and stuff like that. Um but they were dealing with millions of dollars. So it wasn't, it wasn't like, oh, I lost $50,000, you know, gambling into a meme stock options or something like that. Yeah, no, there's no recourse at all for that. Like as far as I mean, where do you draw the line? I think you said,
did anybody make you listen to the guy? No, nobody made you
yeah,
listen to the guy. You chose
no,
to listen to the guy, and then you chose to do what the guy suggested for entertainment purposes only that you do. So whose fault
right.
is that?
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day,
Like I said, the SEC can't protect you from yourself, but they can protect you from the real criminals.
right. Now, having said that, SEC aside, I do think that YouTube has an interest. Ultimately, or maybe it's just me selfishly, but like I don't think that having platforms where absolute garbage misinformation, like some of the most ridiculous. I mean, that's the only thing that, in my mind, actually works to counteract it, is how ridiculous it is at this point. And because they basically they will burn themselves out or up. They will it'll become so absurd given reality that they will they have to, like, at some point they have to they have to go away, or they have to be like their influence and presence, or they they need to stop making money off this shit. That's what it is. You know, being able to actually make a lot of money uh lying and providing garbage information that, while it doesn't make anybody do anything, it's not actually real. Like, it's not really stock research or DD. It's masquerading as that, but Thomas James doesn't know shit about anything. He's just reading shit from Twitter and framing it in a certain way and spinning it. Like, to me, that's the grifters. The, like, the TMIs, the um what's his name? Al from Boston. Like, all that garbage that he's got on there now, all this, like, he's going after. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a nobody. He's getting a couple thousand views on his videos. Like, it doesn't matter. But I know Adam Aaron mentioned the idiot from Boston, so it seems like, he may be aware of somebody, putting out like a bunch of, like, hit piece garbage like this. Um, there's no reason for this to be on here. I mean, this shit. I mean, it could even be defamation, I think, in some of the cases here. Not that it would ever go anywhere, but, like, this is the shit that's. It's not an SEC problem. This isn't. It's probably a Google problem or a money problem, but I don't know.
Well, I think YouTube is too busy, um, deleting people's channels for, hate speech, and they're kind of on a specific bandwagon right now that they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to placate or trying to align with, or just trying to, you know, uh, play the middle field, or but they're so wrapped up in patrolling a different part of the field that I don't think they're even paying attention to any of this, because the same thing happens in, like, the true crime community. There's people spreading misinformation and speculating on things, and disparaging people and doxing people, and it just gets really ugly in the true crime community. It's just really pretty crazy. So I think that you're just like, okay, whatever, let those fires burn right now. We're going to work on this fire over here because it looks like it might get out of control faster and burn hotter. And then when we get that settled out, then we'll come back and look at these other things, because I'm sure people are reporting and complaining and bitching and, doing what people do generally when they come up against a opinion that doesn't align with their own. They want to try to shut it down. So, anytime you kind of have a town square, you're going to have people doing and saying unpopular things. And again, it's up to us to set the filter button and to watch or to not watch. And just like with stocks, it's up to us to
Yeah. All right, I gotta close this live stream. I don't know who this is here, but it's a video, and I don't know. I've never seen this name before. This person has 759 subscribers, but they look to be a pretty discouraged looking ape here with a super hopium and hopium laced possible bounce here that they want to see. that they're not going to see. But
There's always tomorrow.
yeah, there is. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's already tomorrow here. So on that note, have a good night where it's still night. And see you around in Telegram.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Scotty. It was fun as always.
All right. Have a good one.
Catch you later. Bye.
See ya. So yeah, speaking of Telegram, the links in the description for that. And yeah, have a good one.